You'll get some snacks. Are we good? Good. Live streaming? Okay, very good. So everybody's been warned. We're live streaming, so anything you say, do, or whatever can be held against you in the court of law. Okay, very good. We welcome you. We appreciate you letting us take a few minutes for executive session. No decisions were made in that, as there never are. And so that moves us on to our workshops. And so we have the Sawtooth Sockeyes here to do a workshop to kind of present their proposal on the use of Wolf Field for this summer. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So for now, until it happens again. So we appreciate you coming and being here. So they're looking at kind of filling in from what the Spuds had going the last couple of summers. I know those were great events and trying to keep the momentum going. And so we appreciate you coming. So they'll have a little presentation for us, kind of what their plan is. There's no action item on this tonight. There will be on the 21st. That would be to provide a lease with the Sawtooth Sockeyes to allow them the use of Wolf Field for certain days this summer for their baseball team. So with that, we'll kind of turn it over to, I don't know who wants to lead the charge. The one, the only. So very good. So yeah, so if you don't mind, just your name for the record, and then I know you, but I'm sure a lot of them don't up here. So if you don't mind, give us a little introduction, a little bit of your background, and then jump right into it.
My name is Larry Price, and I'm thankful to be here. Thanks for having us today. Have you guys been presented with a proposal for what we're doing?
Debbie, I don't. No,
would you like me to hand this out? Or?
Yeah, yes, definitely, okay. Please.
Oh yeah, and well,
Brent's our hander outer. So.
Goes to the next one. So there's two. So what Brent's handing out there is our proposal plus our current roster for this upcoming summer and our schedule. So I appreciate you doing that, Brent. Thank you.
Yep, you're good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, thank you guys. Okay, so this is my first time ever talking in front of City Council. I'm very humbled. I appreciate the time. We just want to give you a synopsis of what our plan is for this summer and what we would like to provide for the city of Caldwell, the Treasure Valley, Canyon County especially. But love this game. I've been around this valley since 1988 as a coach and a parent of players, and just, in my opinion, it's the greatest game that has ever been. In fact, if you open up the Bible, the first 4 words in the Bible are in the big inning, because God's talking about having a big inning, and that's what we like to do with the Sawtooth Sockeyes. So that's what we're here for. This is my passion. It's one of those things where people say you don't want to have a sport or something like that define you, and baseball has totally defined my life. I grew up in Los Angeles, went to school and played baseball at USC, and I was fortunate to play for a long time and then move up to Idaho, and I've been here ever since. Since 1988, when I started American Legion Baseball, and then here with high schools at Timberline and Boise High School, and was fortunate to be a part of 22 state championships, and I was blessed with great talent, great parents, and a great community around me. So what we'd like to talk about here a little bit is some of the things we have to offer. We're really excited to, I don't want to say take over for the Spuds, but build from what they did and what we have to offer. Right now, currently, if you look at that roster, it's not complete yet because we're still hoping to get some really quality pitchers in. But we have 74% of our roster from the state of Idaho. And I really firmly believe in the quality of baseball that we have in our state, especially this valley. And we're very excited to have 23 of the current 31 being from Idaho, with some ties. There's a couple that have played college ball or high school ball and then went off to college. But we're excited to do that. I'm a firm believer that Idaho baseball is per capita is as good as any state in our country. We're excited to bring the best of collegiate baseball in the summer to this valley. I was fortunate to coach the Wall Wall Sweets in the West Coast League for 3 years, and I'd move out of my house in May and not get back till mid-August. My wife kind of liked that at times, but at the same time, she didn't like mowing the yard or keeping after our dogs. So it's so nice to be back home and have that opportunity to possibly bring something special here. We're planning on doing a lot. We want to do skill camps for kids and where it's very affordable so we can get a ton of kids out involved in our great game and what we have to share and offer. We want to make sure we bring in the right kind of players, that we're going to be a community first type of ball club. When I was in Walla Walla, I prided our team on going out and giving back to the community. We would go to anywhere from the YMCA to reading books for kids and summer school things, to where we were out shaking hands with their fans and kids after games. And we really developed a strong bond in our community where it was great for attendance and it was great for the town, and it was something that the ball players got to learn about being reciprocal. We want to make this as family friendly as possible, where we provide entertainment during in between innings and do other stuff to make it where they not only are going to watch great baseball, but they're going to have the opportunity to enjoy having some laughs and having some fun with what we'll provide for them. We'd like to get back to the community. Like we talked, we'll have exactly 30 dates, 30 games at our field. We're on sometimes giving back to our community and have Latino nights for Hispanics here in town, where we can get them out to the ballpark too and make them as a big part of this Sawtooth Sockeyes event. We're going to make this as extremely family affordable so we can get people in the stands and keep them coming back, where we're not going to be charging a high rate for tickets. We're going to provide very affordable concessions and have merchandise for sale that can hopefully do really well for the community, where they see people walking around town in our Sawtooth Sockeyes memorabilia. Since I've been here in 1988, I've developed a relationship with Mr. Sean Humberger, who's the College of Idaho head coach, and we have had a strong, good relationship since that time. And one thing, to the point where I'm excited to work with him and be able to contribute to field maintenance and other things on that field, where we can develop that bond and keep that tight commitment with College of Idaho along with the Sawtooth Sockeyes. I don't want to talk too much up here. I know that some of us in behind me might have some questions for you, but I do want to tell you how involved and committed we are. I know I've used this analogy before, but our level of wanting to provide a solid athletic endeavor for our community, I give an analogy about breakfast. If you had bacon and eggs this morning, the chicken was involved, but the pig sure was committed. And we're going to be committed, like that analogy, to give our community here the best quality product possible. Where they come to the park, they'll see first-class young men being reciprocal, giving back to the community, where they'll see an unbelievable amount of athleticism. If you look at our roster, we have players as far east as University of Memphis coming in, all the way down to our southernmost area of our country in Texas. So we're bringing in some quality young men, but I'm bringing in first-class individuals. I want to make sure that the players we bring here are going to be upstanding citizens for our community. With that, I don't know if there's any questions from our
There might be a few. So real quick, before we're going to turn over to council for any questions you might have, I just want to say, so I met Coach Price probably about a month ago, and could not have been more impressed with the opportunity that my wife and I had to speak with him. It was at an event that the Sawtooth Catch was putting on, and just extremely impressed. Went and did my Google searching and kind of finding out a little bit more about who this guy is, and was just found nothing but great things about Coach Price. If I remember right, I think you were inducted into the Idaho High School Baseball Hall of Fame. And was it in '99? Yeah,
it was a few years back.
So yeah, just a few, but anyway, a true, and I'm not trying to say to age you either, but a true legend in baseball for the state of Idaho and the entire Northwest. So I couldn't have been more impressed with Coach Price and just the way he presented himself, the person he is, and just the way he talked about baseball and about these kids. You could just feel the love that he had for the game and for these kids. And I recognize several names on here from last year, so that's cool to see that there's a lot of Spuds turning into Sockeyes. Yeah, just very impressed on that. So appreciate that and all that you've done in this and what you will do. So
Thank you very much.
we did talk about this with our development team and loved the momentum that the Spuds had created and felt that, that this would be a good thing. Obviously, at least we need to come before council for your approval, but really liked that momentum, wanted to keep it going, didn't want to lose a year and then have to start over again. So just really liked that and what it brought to the town. I mean, it's a great event. We went to, I don't think we missed the Spuds game last year, my wife and I and our kids. And there was good crowds, and it was fun and seeing people out and about, and hotel rooms are getting filled up and restaurants. And so it's a good thing for the community too, and to have that field being used how it's supposed to be. That's why we put lights in there, why Urban Renewal paid for the money to put those in, because it's an economic driver for the city. And so this allows us to do that. So nothing but great things to say about Coach Price and about his proposal for this. So questions from council? Any questions at all? Yes, Councilor Stoddard.
Mr. Mayor, Coach, is this considered semi-pro then, or?
Well, it's summer collegiate baseball, so it's amateur baseball. There's no professional baseballs. They're not being paid to come play. We have a host family coordinator that's taking care of out-of-state players that come up. Like I said, we have Memphis, Texas. We might even have a couple from Japan coming in to play for us. So we're excited about filling up the rest of the roster with pitchers. But it's total amateur sports.
Okay, and regarding the maintenance of the field, you folks take care of that, or somebody else?
Absolutely.
You do?
Yeah, we will have a commitment to that from the first day till the last day.
Okay.
And it'll be in better condition when we leave.
And will any of the revenues come back to the city relative to sales and food and sodas and all the other stuff?
That's a great question. I would like to ask anybody that's sitting behind.
I could probably answer that too. So it'd be similar to the setup we had with the Spuds, where they lease the field. So they would pay an amount for that, and then anything that they did for their sales, that's all theirs. Kind of similar to like with the baseball with C of I, they keep all of the revenue on that. So they would have a daily fee that they would pay, and then any sales, and that's how they're able to generate their money and make their money on that.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor McGee.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would like to point out one of the reasons that Larry Price is in the High School Hall of Fame and is such a legend is all the times that he beat the Caldwell Silver Streaks while I was the third baseman. So I feel like I've kind of contributed to the legend of Larry Price. I want to say I support this, Mayor and Council. I think this is a great idea. I do think Caldwell is a baseball town. To me, the biggest difference is we have a group of local people who are invested in the community and already part of the community. And so we know them, we recognize them. I mean, I know most of the people who are involved with the organization. I think it's going to be successful. One of the specific questions I have, and I think I know the answer, but it may even be a head nod. My understanding, and I have some knowledge of this because I participated in it, was one of the reasons why the Spuds decided to leave was the expense of traveling. And I read the news articles that came out after they left. I'm looking at your schedule, and it looks like, at least at first glance, it looks like you have 3 road trips.
Yes.
They're kind of combined in different cities. I'm assuming then that's where you're addressing the travel schedule, is that you're only traveling 3 times. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes. We're traveling 3 times where we'll be gone for 14 days at a time for the first 2 trips. And in our contract with these teams, they are providing hotels and also meals for us while we're there. So our cost is the bus to get to and from. Very excited to do this. We have an opportunity to take the boys on one of those trips to go see Mount Rushmore. I've never seen it. It's on my bucket list, and I get a chance to go see it. So we're excited to do that. And then our last trip to the Utah Marshals World Series, they are providing half the hotels, and that might be where we don't have a chartered bus where we might rent like passenger vans since it's a 4-hour trip. So, but yeah, that was part of our contract to be able for us to afford to get there. Is they're going to take care of our hotel rooms and our meals while we're there.
Thank you, and thank you, Larry. And Mr. Mayor, I just want to reiterate, I do support this. That I can tell that these guys have put a lot of time and effort into this plan. They've witnessed what took place for the previous couple of years. And so, and I think my understanding is that they're still in communication with that ownership. And so that they know, maybe where mistakes were made or what worked and what didn't work. And so I think when you have a local ownership group combined with being able to kind of examine the pilot project of the first team, I think these guys are probably going to succeed. So I'll be supporting this.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Any other questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Register.
So I'm also in support of this, but just a question. Are you planning on doing this every year? This is not a one-time
This is not a
thing, right?
one-time. This is in my blood, and I want to be a part of this. I'm 58 years old. I'll be 59 here in a month, but I feel like I'm about 30. And I am so excited to do this for a long time. This defines a lot of my passion for life.
Yeah.
I am very excited.
Okay, so but the leases are every year, right? Just I'm reading that correctly. I just think everybody was so excited about the last one, and then they disappeared.
Yeah.
And so I'd love to see something that's very committed and that you have everything, like Councilor McGee was saying, kind of up front, the problem solved so that we can keep it here for long term.
Absolutely, and with my ties and my past with scouting with the Atlanta Braves and the Boston Red Sox, and then coaching over in Walla Walla with all the connections with some very big-time college coaches, we tend to keep bringing very good quality players, plus our own from our own state and our own county, our own valley, and I think we're going to put an extremely great product on the field.
What's your, not your motto, but the little guy that dresses up, what's he gonna be?
Well, we
A
have
sockeye?
we're the sockeye, but I think we're going to be
Is it gonna be a fish?
Sammy the
Is that a salmon? I thought it was a beard.
Sammy the Slammin' Sockeye. And if we can get that mascot in a stand-up fish with in a hat.
And then you
Yeah.
can hook people in, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's our plan. So, no, we're excited about creating that as well.
Thank you.
We want Tyler in that costume the first game.
You know, I think we
Might be in
can
the-
probably pull
might
that
be in
off.
the
I think it should be the
requirement.
mayor,
Oh.
probably, at the first game.
Maybe one of the mayor's kids.
In
Well-
a fish suit.
I would like to, pre-screen some of you guys if we have one of you throw out the opening day pitch. We just got to make sure you can throw a strike.
So maybe not the former Silver Streak that couldn't beat you back in the day.
Well, I did see John throw across the diamond. He was pretty impressive back in 1991 and 2, I believe. Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, excellent. I don't know, did anybody else want to say anything, or?
Thank you, guys.
Okay, excellent, very good. Then, yeah, we'll plan on the 21st. We'll have that on the agenda item for the council. So, oh, yes. Do you mind coming forward?
Yeah. So, my name's Casey Daniels. I'll be one of the guys involved with this. We're really behind the 8 ball right now as far as getting the press release out, getting sponsors going. What's the soonest we can, start advertising and getting it out there?
So, I mean, that's really up to you. We can't make any decisions tonight. I think you've heard
Of course.
kind of the
The
gist of.
21st, is that where we're at?
Mhm. The 21st, yeah. So that's the next time city council meets. Like when I was in the planning and zoning, I tell people, you can move dirt all you want, just don't start putting up foundation until you get that permit. So take that for what you will, so.
Okay, so if we went to just a couple different sponsor guys and word got back that we said we were playing at CLI, are we okay?
We're not gonna get offended,
Okay,
no. Like, I don't, at least I know I don't think the council will, so,
thank you.
yeah,
Thank you.
yep. Okay, very good. So that ends for that. We appreciate you coming in. And again, thanks for allowing us that time beforehand to do some of that work we had to do. So, and that ends for that, workshop. And so we'll just keep rolling right into the next one. So, Mr. Orton, so this is in regards to the Treasure Valley Community College, on that. So kind of an update where we are at. We got some more numbers, a little bit more precise of where we're at and what we're looking for in that regard. So Brent, we'll kind of let you kick it off and then roll it over to our architects there.
Sounds good, Mayor. Thank you very much. So the last time we visited with the council about the Treasure Valley Community College, I forgot kind of an important detail. Unbelievable. That was that we were running out of space pretty bad. That's kind of an important thing I forgot to mention. In terms of the area comparison, I told you we were squishing into that same space, and Gary Glassing, the leader for Cushing Terrell for us, has done some analysis. It's probably about a wash on the space, really, but we're adding a lot of staff, which we need to do. We're really in a desperate need for that. So that's part of what's happening. In terms of the estimate, we told you at the last meeting, What it was, including contingencies, we really think we've got that honed in, and we're about 1.7 million to make the adjustments, including furnishing the space. We'll need to furnish the space because we'll be adapting differently there. So, the approach that we've taken with Cushing Terrell is we've asked them to provide us 2 different bid packages for the work. One bid package to modify the 3rd floor first, and that would allow us to get that taken care of during the summer, and then we would be able to work on the rest of the building at leisure. And so they have 2 contiguous design tasks that are going forward right off the bat, but the first one is get that 3rd floor space design done and then get the other one. So their contract's all one piece. So if you approve, then we'll bring you a contract for all the design work and the construction observation. I will tell you that I've evaluated a lot of contracts over the years for design services, and their fee is very reasonable, especially considering that they're including the construction observation element of it. They're at about 10%, and that's a very, usually we see construction observation, it's very easily 14%, including construction observation. So we appreciate them keeping their fee in that sweet spot. And they were the first ranked. Actually, they were the only ranked, to be honest, because they're the only ones that responded to our request for proposals or our request for qualifications. But so definitely the best of that process. Sorry for being silly. I want to make sure I don't miss anything here. I think that's all we've got. So once again, just to be clear, 1 contract with Cushing Terrell. They'll design first the 3rd floor space for us, and then second, the remodel of the 1st and 2nd floors for the city's uses. The reason being, that would allow us to let a contract for modifications to the 3rd floor to accommodate Treasure Valley Community College. And then we would be able to, if we get that work done, Treasure Valley Community College can inhabit that space, and we would be able to use to work on the other space without having to do a fast-track contract. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, for sure. And while Gary's coming up, just a few things to note also. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Brenda. Yes, we are busting at the seams. I know we've hired a grant administrator, which I'm super excited about. And I asked them that's great. We got them, and now where are we going to put them? And so they're actually going to have to share an office with another person now. So we have multiple offices with multiple employees in there that weren't designed. You can design it, right, to have people work like that, but this building was not designed for that. So it is a little awkward in that regards. So either way, we have to find space. And this is obviously, I believe, really a win-win around. It allows us to get, we're in 3 different locations right now with economic development, where they're at the airport, with our engineering and building department, and P&Z in 621, and then City Hall at 411. So it allows us to bring those 3 into one. And then it allows us, and we're going into a building that already is not on the tax rolls. So it allows us, and the plan would be to sell what current City Hall is now, which should more than fund this project, and then it puts those buildings on the tax roll. So kind of that's where I see that kind of that win-win, where we can get that money from it. And instead of having all these tax exempt properties, let's all locate into one and get some of these on the tax roll. And then real quick too, sorry, Gary, and I'll turn it over to you. As we're looking at the space, because obviously we're looking at 1 and 2, GVC to the 3rd. It'd be great to have all 3, but they kind of hold the cards on that. They still have that lease. We're going to be working through that with their attorneys and our attorneys. And as we're going through this, there is a training facility for the fire department on the 1st floor. So I've talked to Chief Frawley, and so the plan is to move fire admin and the training facility into 621 Cleveland right now, where they're over, where building in P&Z is at. And Brent, to his credit, offered, he's a little unique. Obviously he's an appointed official, unique in a good way. But his departments there are very few, if any, employees within 621 that he oversees. The water department obviously has their own buildings. The wastewater has their own. Street department has their own buildings. So Brent offered, because we had designed space for him in there, and he had actually came to me and said, hey, if it works out better, you need a little more space for engineering or for building. He's like, I'm willing to stay where I'm at right now, keep him and Tammy there, and allow that space to be used in a better way for others. And I took him up on the offer. Sometimes we make offers and maybe hope that we don't get taken up on it, but I did. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Brent, really putting others in front of himself on that, because he would have had a really nice view and a really nice office, but he's kind of probably gonna be stuck where he's at if everything goes as we're planning. But anyway, just wanted to give a shout out to Brent for being willing to do that and offer that up. So thanks again, Brent.
I'm sorry, to who?
Mr. Orton.
Oh, Brent, yes.
So if any, that's Brent's MO. So he's a good guy. So, okay, well, I appreciate you letting me take a few minutes, Mr. Glassing. So the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. I'm Gary Glassing with Cushing Terrell, project manager for this project. As Brent stated, we were asked to look at the Colas building and looking at consolidating all your offices into one office space. And our overall goal was, to make sure that we can get everybody together in one place, make it more efficient for you guys. We know you're strapped for space, and this looked like a great opportunity for you guys. Our emphasis is to make this a very simple and easy process for you guys as we move forward. And as you look through on this package here, what we've done is you'll see the layouts for the 3 floors that we have. First floor, second floor, and then third floor is going to be for TVCC. So what we did initially is we met with all the department heads that are involved with this. We interviewed them and looked at their existing needs and what their future needs are going to be. Took down that information and then looked at also adjacencies. There were people who wanted to be next to each other to make things more efficient for everybody. We took all that information and we put it together, and this is the floor plan that we've come up with, utilizing the first 2 floors. And as you can see on the first floor, we're set up with city council chambers. And they'll give you quite a bit of more room than we have in here. And then we've got the clerk's office, we've got finance, we've got human resources, and utility and billing down here on the first floor. And you can see by the color coding which departments are laid out there down on the first floor. So,
If I may interrupt, could you give us a little description of exactly where we're at? On
oh,
this
we're
drawing?
on your first page.
Where's the creek? Is that on the city council side, or is it,
What's that?
no?
It'd be kind of like,
I don't,
Brent can probably show that once we get this pulled up too.
Blue screen.
It's the window screen. Oh, that's good. How come it's not pulling up there?
so Mr. McGee, where was the old cafe there? Is that,
That'd be the bottom right where human resources.
Bottom right, where, yeah, human resources
that was
is
the old
that.
cafe?
Yeah.
Okay.
And real quick too, on that, so that was kind of a change of a human resources there, and the thought was, because it does have that exterior door, that if there was a privacy concern or something like that coming into human resources, they could leave through that door or enter through that door rather than having to walk through the building itself. So it could help for any privacy issues or things
And
like that for employees.
If you're familiar with the building and you look over there at the front entry and you'll see where the curb is and the counter space there is, that's gonna remain as is. We're not really gonna touch a lot of that. That'll be basic reception for everybody to walk in if they're gonna pay their bills or do whatever it is they need to do. That works out perfectly for that utility and billing area right there. So we won't do a lot in that main entry area. Most of it'll be on the backside where we're renovating the old classrooms and things for the new offices. There you go. Want to go to the second floor real quick, Brent?
Mr. Orton, do you have a pointer by any chance that he could use?
What is the workout?
Pardon me?
What is the workout? Is that like a gym?
That's a little gym area for the employees.
So if you could start with the main entrance first, where they're gonna pay their bills.
Yeah,
and-
okay. let's see here, right up here, main
Okay.
entrance right here, okay? And this is where utility is and billing will be, right through here. We've got, clerk office here, and then over to here is this where the chambers gonna be, council chambers. And then as you see, as we work down through, you know, we've got some more shared space down here for everybody. Got the workout area down here. Human resources, as the mayor said, this is a great location because we have an outside entrance for that, to be able to go there. And then moving up, we've got finance up in front of that, and then, some more shared space and some area for the clerk over there on the first floor.
What's the capacity of the council room? Do we know that?
Right now, the number I saw with the chairs was 112-ish.
Hmm.
We can probably squeeze a few more in there. We just did a quick layout, and I think that's what we came up with was
There's
100.
about 100 in here. I just did a quick count, so it'll be a little bit more than what's in here right now.
Yeah. We'll design a full audio visual system in there. We'll get that taken care of. There'll be some security aspects that we have to deal with. Partly for this main area up here, keeping TVCC students and people from wandering back, but yet access to elevators to get up to their third floor and do that. So we'll work through that through the design process with the users, and we'll get that taken care of. Yeah. Okay, and then on second floor, we have, starting up here in the upper, where's my little mousey guy go? There he is. Starting up here, we've got, a building department in here. And then moving down through here is the, engineering department. And then we've got IT up here in this area. We've got IT workspace up here to work on computers, IT office, and some shared storage space. Restrooms and such will remain the same, both on first and second floor. And then as we get down to the bottom here, we've got some more shared space for everyone. And then we've got planning and zoning up there, and then we've got public works up here in the green. And then up here at the very top is for our illustrious mayor, with his corner office.
That's the same color as the workout. That's not another workout?
Yeah,
We run
it
out
feels
of-
like a
We run
workout.
out of space, that's where it's going.
Yeah.
My eyes aren't very good anymore, but the mayor's office is 896 square feet, and the gym is
Yeah, like,
650.
you gotta remember, there's.
That includes down.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
My eyes are back.
Okay. Any questions on second floor?
Could you talk a little bit more about this shared space? You mentioned storage when you were talking about it. Is there shared office space?
Yeah,
All shared storage? Just a little bit more about that?
yeah.
I can too, wait, Jim, so I know the.
So down
Okay,
that,
go ahead, Gary.
so down here at the very bottom, that shared space on the lower right, this is actually a break room, is what that room is there. Should have been labeled as a break room, but it's shared space there. And then this up here in the IT is just an office supply storage room, for incidentals, that kind of stuff. We find, and you all know, that storage is at a premium in these places, right? So we're trying to get every little nook and cranny that we can for that type of stuff, to be able to store plans, materials, whatever else that building department, everybody needs. So, I mean, that's crucial to what they're doing, so.
And, oh, sorry, do you mind going back real quick? So those other two, so this is kind of like a mini conference room that could be used by people from engineering or others that's got doors. And then over here would be a larger conference room for like the roundtable meetings that they have, things like that. So that's what those two are for, is conference rooms.
And then on, next slide, Brent, we'll go to third floor. And then on third floor here, pretty much everything's remaining as is, except for these green areas right here is what we're gonna renovate. And these are minor renovations really for what's going on up for TVCC. Up here, in this area, we're going to, let's see exactly what we called that. There's a student lounge up here in this area right here. Places for them. This is student resources through here. And these are advisors' offices right here. And then down here at the bottom is their testing area. This will be the testing area here, and then this becomes classroom here, and these rooms become testing observation areas while they're administering their exams.
So yeah, so the goal kind of on the third floor, you see, is pretty much remains the same with some very minimal changes on that. They do need their testing center, so that's one of those changes, and then just kind of a really, and even those other alterations are pretty simple. Just kind of creating that area for the students, and then that administration area up front. So pretty minimal work on that. So which would be nice.
Yeah, as Brent mentioned, when I did a quick trying to figure out the square footage of existing buildings, you're gaining some more square footage, a little bit more in this building for the first 2 floors. But the thing that makes this really palatable is the efficiencies of where and how people are laid out, compared to what you have presently. And then I don't know, again, in the future, I don't know what the lease is for TVCC, but you also have, at some point in the future, you have third floor to expand to. So that would give you somewhere in the neighborhood of 35,000 square feet total for the whole building if you were to occupy the entire building.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Orton, so when people ask us, I think we stated last time that we're working with smaller space. We're just utilizing that smaller space more efficiently versus what we have now. Is that bottom line for you? Sorry to interrupt your dinner there. Some of us haven't had any yet.
That's right. Are you gonna share with us?
Everyone. I'll get a spoon. That's a great response, yes.
Okay.
And I think I was mistaken when I told the council that we were squeezing into less space. I was under the impression that that was the case at that time, but obviously the third floor, if there comes a time when we're able to inhabit the third floor too, would be a pretty solid increase in space too. But yeah,
Okay.
it'll be used more efficiently. These guys they're very good at using space well. And we actually are asking for their help on a couple of other small things for the city to try to help us utilize in departments that aren't candidates for moving into this building, to utilize that space more efficiently because they have a good knack for it.
Okay. So this will be more of a cubicle type of setup, is that fair to say?
There's some offices, and then it'll be 6 by 6 working
Okay.
cubicles.
Okay,
The smaller ones that we propose will be for the inspectors in the building department. Theirs is just a smaller workspace to come in and do their paperwork, because they're generally out in the field most of the time anyway, so. But most of the workspaces are 6 by 6 cubicles.
okay, thank you.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it goes along the same lines of what Councilman Stoddick's talking about. Can you kind of characterize the discussions that are going on with TVCC in terms of how long you think they may want to stay, you know, what those discussions have been like? But, you know, for me, it is a wash moving over from space point of view. I understand the efficiency part, and I can support the efficiency part, but what would really make this, I could really get behind this knowing that third floor was gonna be available sooner rather than later. And I suspect those are kind of what the conversations are like, but I'd like to hear about, you know, kind of the direction or where we're at in those conversations.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we've talked to them about that. Their lease technically for the entire building goes through December 31st of 2029. So, you know, with them moving up to there, so the plan, I know originally they had hoped to, I know talking with Senator Lee, she's like, so we're gonna redo a 50-year lease, right? Just kind of kidding, or they'd love that, but I'm like, but obviously facetiously. So the thought was, at first, they were like, well, we'd like to reset our lease. If we start this year, we want to reset the 10 years to today, so it would go through 2033. And as we've worked through that, and I know we talked about this as council, kind of getting direction, you know, as an incentive to get them out of there sooner, because like I said, they do hold the card, so we're working with them in that regards. But I would foresee them going, just ending the lease how it is now, keeping the same date, December 31st, 2029. And maybe they'd find a space before then that works for them, and we would more than definitely work with them on that and try to get in there. But definitely the plan would be in there. The plan for us would be to be using that space by the end of 2029.
I would just encourage you and the administration and your appointed officials as we move forward on this, that we may want to help them find a place. To me, the most, you know, again, that third floor, that's a big part of this, right? I think having ownership of that and allowing the city to use that space would be a big reason why I would be supporting this move. I'd probably still be supportive of it, but if there was a way to work with them to kind of shorten the terms, I know Senator Lee was kidding when she wanted to extend them, but shortening the terms, or maybe economic development works with them to try to find a different spot. I think there's some different approaches that we could take to be a partner with them, but at the same time say, hey, this is the city of Caldwell's building. We are moving people in. We need to move Brent in. You know, we need an office for Brent, right? The advantage to me is being able to take over that third floor eventually.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, for Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You could even argue that the cost to do the third floor, if they were only to stay a year, and then what cost it would be to us to go back and rehabilitate it for us, ought to be considered as we encourage them, if there is another way to facilitate something better for them now, so that we might just make this change all at once. Because that'd be unfortunate in a lot of ways for us to spend the money habilitating the third floor for them, and then they decide this isn't working out for them, and they move on, and then next year we're talking about how much more money we're gonna spend redesigning the third floor. So I would agree, if there's a way to help them along in this, that we should pursue that. You have moved me greatly in the direction of favoring this altogether. It would, as Councilor McGee stated, I think serve all of us much better if we could just occupy the whole building. But as you said, they have a lease and they hold the cards. I just think if there's an expense to us that could be a savings by enabling them to move out sooner, we ought to look at it.
Yeah, definitely. We can run those paths down for sure. So, other Councilor Sudek?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I see my favorite Methodist in the audience there, Mr. Porter. And I don't think he was on the urban, I don't think he was on the urban renewal board at that time, in my first tenure with the city. But anyway, if my figures or my memory serves me right, this building originally cost the taxpayers $15.4 or $15.5 million, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, we need to keep the costs down as best we can. And again, that was part of the previous administration's deal, but that's the number I remember. So, if that was ever resurrected again, I want to make sure that we do the thing right and that we don't have to stick a lot of money into it. So, thank you.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. Any other questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Richards.
Originally, when we were talking about this, and it's not a big deal, but you had talked about maybe having a counselor's office, where there might be a computer or something where we could come in and do
You want to
some
go
of
to the
that.
first floor? Very good. So this still is planned for that. So I'll just kind of talk about this whole council area. So obviously, there we go. So, and it's nice because the layout is actually laid out for council chambers. Obviously, this room was never meant to be council chambers. That's why you literally come in right next to us through the front door while we're having meetings. So it'll be designed much better. I know Councilor McGee was part of some just very initial brief discussion with Debbie in regards to the layout for this. So the plan is to have this set up with kind of a cubicle format for 6 cubicles for each council member to be able to come in and have a workspace to utilize. then also this next door. So if you did need to meet with somebody privately or have a private phone conversation, this office would be available for the council. So those two areas there. And then it's nice because it leans right into where you're at for sitting on the diocese for the council meetings. So,
Thank you.
yep. Any other questions, comments? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Gary and Angela's here as well, with Cushing Terrell, so we appreciate the work they do. And they do phenomenal work, regardless if they were the only, one, as Brent mentioned, but, very impressed with the work that they provided for the city. So we appreciate all the effort.
Put on the last page, we do have the cost estimate on the back.
Oh, yes, very good.
Broke
So-
down. You can see how the money's being spent. I'll just point out under Division 9, under finishes, that includes the entire TI plus what we call the FF&E, the furnishings, equipment, and, that's in the budget because that's the one thing that gets left behind when you put a budget together. You go in and you TI it, and then you go, gee whiz, now I gotta furnish it. So that is included in that number to go out and buy furniture and the equipment that you're gonna need to furnish this place.
Very good. That's good to know. So that's a fun number. Yes.
I do have another question, Mr. Mayor. Could you go
Mhm.
back to the first floor? Sorry, Brent. So from those, council office chambers you were just pointing out, is there no door into the council, chamber itself, from the offices to the chamber? In other words,
There will be.
there will be.
Yeah,
Okay, I
I-
don't see one there, but it's.
No,
Okay,
it doesn't show up, but there'll be one in there that you can come in out of the, to get back out of that corridor. Yeah, we'll
because if we were
rework
doing
that.
any kind of business in there,
Right.
moving into the meeting
Yeah.
or moving out.
Right,
Thank
so
you.
the plan is to treat it like a courtroom. When you guys are done, you don't have to go out through the masses, right? You can go out the back door.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Very good.
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate the time and appreciate what you provided. So, very informational. So, that concludes our, workshops for now. We do have the 5:30, so we got a little break in between. So if Brent has any food left, maybe you can go over there and beg. So we'll be back at 5:30 with our police and fire.
You can sit in that too, I guess. No, there's been talk about stuff.
I know that.
Oh, I'm sure. And I was mildly entertained by it. Oh, great.
All right, Chief. I mean, what do you think of the, not that I know of. I would hope, I mean, it looks really nice and everything. So I would hope we have our fire department and police department, part of this evening. So to begin, I'd like to turn the time over to our wonderful fire chief, Chief Frawley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, members of the Caldwell community. Rick Frawley, I'm your fire chief, and I wanted to thank everybody for attending tonight. While we celebrate and we recognize some recent promotions and a new member to our command team in the fire department. It's been a fun year as we've enjoyed our travel here in Caldwell in the fire department, as we've been growing, as we've been adding to the organization, as we've been adding firefighters. And one of the things we like to do is celebrate promotional process and celebrate the hard work of our firefighters as they advance through the ranks. So we're celebrating 3 individuals. First individual I'd like to celebrate is our newest battalion chief. However, he has been a battalion chief for almost 9 months. June 25th of last year is when Chief Jose Martinez was promoted to battalion chief. Due to some unforeseen and sad circumstances, we didn't have an opportunity to celebrate Jose's hard work at that time. But it wasn't missed on us and it wasn't lost on us. So I'd like to ask Jose and his wife to come up, and we're going to formally allow your wife to pin your badge, Chief, and that way we can celebrate your hard work and dedication to the community. Thank you, Chief. Oh, yeah, I'd love to get in there. The next member of our team that I'd like to celebrate is our newest deputy chief, Chief Alan Perry. Chief Perry was with our organization, working as our fire marshal division chief up until just a few months ago, when we were able to reorganize within the organization and promote Alan to the rank of deputy chief. He's a key part of our team that helps to support our mission and our direction as we grow, as we look to the future of the growth of our fire department. So Chief Perry, if I could ask you to come up with your family for recognition and your badge pinning. Thank you for your hard work. Now that's a cute baby. And last but not least is our newest member of the team, our new Deputy Chief of Operations. Matt Shoup joined our organization December 19th of last year. He's hit the ground running. Joined our organization from the Salt Lake area. We're very appreciative of the knowledge that Chief Shoup brings to the organization, his calm demeanor, his problem solving, his team building capabilities, and his strong dedication to keeping our momentum going as we look to the future of the organization. Thank you for joining our team, Chief Shoup. I invite you to come on up with your family, and we'll recognize you. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Shoup. And in summary, I just would like to extend a thank you again to all the Caldwell team members here, all the firefighters here. We couldn't do this without you being part of our team. Team is key in the fire service, as you know. We work as a company of 3 or 4 firefighters. Everything we do is as a team, and we're only as strong as our weakest link. So thank you for your support, and thank you for everything you do on a day-by-day basis, being the busiest fire department in the state of Idaho. Thank you.
And thank you, Chief, for all you do and for your leadership. And I think our goal is to maybe one day not be the most busiest fire department in the state of Idaho, but we appreciate our firefighters, all they do, and the team effort that they give. So it does not go unnoticed. So thank you for your leadership in that regards. So now we'd like to do some swearing ins. We have some new police officers that we do need to swear in. So Chief Ingram, if you want to come forward, and we'll introduce these. So Idaho code does require that the mayor swear them in, but we'd like to have the chief introduce them and as they come up on that. So we'll kind of turn it over to Chief Ingram.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you guys for coming here. Mayor, council, thanks for starting early for us. Super big shout out to the fire department. You guys do an amazing job, and the relationship between the police department and the fire department has been unparalleled. And it's a true testament to Chief Frawley's leadership. And where's he at? There he is. So you don't look like Chief Frawley, Mayor. But you know, our teams work very close together every day on routine calls. And yesterday we had a tragedy in a park, and the fire department and the police department, under the leadership of Will Gegray and Sergeant Adam Matthews, the teams worked together to try to do everything they could to save this young girl's life. And I'm really, really proud at the work that Adam, that your team did, and Chief Frawley, your teams did yesterday to try to save this young lady's life. So thank you guys. Congratulations, Chiefs. I'm very proud of you guys. So this is something in history that we haven't really had here in Caldwell in a long time. We have 5 new members of the organization, as you can see, standing here ready to accept their oath of office, which we are all very, very proud of. 3 of them come from different police departments across the country. 2 of them come from the Ada County Sheriff's Office. And so sorry, Sheriff Clifford, not sorry. But we do have their captain, who is going to actually come up here in a little bit and say some words on their behalf. So the first one I want to introduce is Louis Sargent. He's here by means of California. He's been in the state for a couple of years now. He came to us most recently from Idaho Department of Corrections, where he served as a probation and parole officer. Prior to that, he was with the Modesto Police Department and the Buena Park Police Department. He has about 8 years or so of law enforcement experience, and we're extremely proud. I actually was part of his background process. I was down in Anaheim for an internal affairs convention, and stopped by Buena Park and talked to his former command staff and looked at his file. And I was truly blown away with the work that he's done. And he's actually a National Top Cop Award recipient in 2020, correct? 2020, which is a huge honor to be recognized nationally for a Top Cop Award. So we're very, very proud of you, and very proud that you chose Caldwell to make this place your new home, and hopefully for your forever home. So come on up. You want to swear them all in, or one at a time? Come on up.
I'll go over here. You stand by the chief.
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, what's your name?
I, Louis Sargent,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
I do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the state of Idaho,
and the state of Idaho,
and the laws and ordinances
laws and ordinances
of the city of Caldwell,
of the city of Caldwell,
that I will, to the best of my ability,
that I will, to the best of my ability,
faithfully perform the duties
faithfully perform the duties
of police officer
of police officer
in the city of Caldwell,
in the city of Caldwell,
Canyon County, Idaho,
Union County, Idaho,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Come on up, sweetie. Come pin his badge. we'll get him to smile the Caldwell way in a little bit, I promise. All right, next on the list is we have Mr. Jacob Galvan, recently worked at Boise PD. Sorry, Boise, not sorry. Jacob, born and raised in SoCal, was a United States Marine for a long time, worked embassy details around the world, and has a lot of battlefield experience during all the most recent conflicts across the world, and is choosing to make Caldwell his home. He really likes what's going on here, and he wants to be part of a successful team. And we're super lucky to have Jacob come here, and give what Boise didn't really see in him. So we're super honored to have him here, and I know the team's very happy to have you. So thank you, Jacob. Come on up.
Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Jacob Galvin, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Idaho, and the laws and ordinances of the city of Caldwell, that I will to the best of my ability, faithfully perform the duties of police officer in the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, so help me God.
Just your wife?
My fiance.
Your fiance. Excellent. Just don't poke him. So you're going to hear the next one's accent when he gets up here. But Frank Norton comes to us from Louisiana. Did I say that right? Okay, Louisiana. He worked for Baton Rouge, which is a very large department, for several years. He spent most of his career in gangs and narcotics assignments, undercover, and doing big-time trafficking stuff. And then he went to a smaller department, a little bit smaller than the city of Caldwell. So he's got big city experience, small city experience, and he is deciding to make Idaho his home, his forever home. And he's been doing a lot of research and saw that Caldwell mirrors what he believes is the best part of Idaho and will mirror his life, his personal life. So he applied with us, and we're super excited to have Frank here because he comes with 16 years of law enforcement experience. And he's been around the block with all types of different assignments and units and specialized units and task forces and stuff, which is what we currently have in Caldwell going on as well. So we're super excited to pick his brain and figure out what we can do better to make it safer for our residents, our visitors, and everyone else here. So come on up, Frank.
I, Frank Norton, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Idaho, and the laws and ordinances of the city of Caldwell, that I will to the best of my ability faithfully perform the duties of police officer in the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, so help me God.
And this is Frank's wife. So next on the list, we have a birthday boy who's I thought he turned 21 yesterday, but he actually turned 28, right? 28. He looks a lot younger than he is. I'm sorry? Thank you. Yeah. It won't last like that forever, so enjoy it, buddy. So, Hawk Becker comes to us from the Ada County Sheriff's Office, and you'll hear more about Hawk and his successes from his captain when he comes up here in a little bit. But we're super excited to have you. I look at you guys as kind of like a package deal. You guys both applied at the same time, you and Mitch. You know, and I have a lot of friends in the Ada County Sheriff's Office who I reached out to and kind of did my own little homework on you guys. And at first, the people that I contact didn't know you, so that's a good thing, right? But as they started to get to know you and ask around, they were met with a lot of really, really, really good feedback and good comments, and said nothing but great things, right? So these two guys are technically deputies in the jail, Hawk and Mitch, but they are not sworn police officers, and so they would have to go through a police academy. So there's been a crisis in Idaho the last couple months and going into this year with a lack of training with Idaho Post. So luckily, we have a very good relationship with our outside agencies and our partners in law enforcement in the Treasure Valley, and the Ada County Sheriff's Office is willing to accept not only these two guys, but everyone else into their next police academy starting in April. So they're going to go back home, and they're not going to stay there. You're going to come back here. You wear a blue uniform, not a tan uniform. So, but we're super excited to have you guys, and just honored for you guys to be here and make this your next home. Normally, historically, people come to Caldwell and then go to Ada County. So I'm very proud of the fact that we stole you from Sheriff Clifford. And in addition, we also stole Dwight Penke, who you worked with in the jail as well, who's standing in the back. So very, very excited about this. The city of Caldwell and the community should be very excited about this. We're getting extremely high caliber employees here. Not that we don't have that, but we've never seen the volume of the applicants that we have coming in right now in the history of Caldwell. And that's to the credit of all the men and women behind us in the back there, that are out there in the street 24 hours a day, protecting and serving, that are making this place safer for everyone to live, work, and play. So come on up, Hawk, birthday boy.
Thank you, sir.
There's Roger.
I, state your name,
I, Hawk Becker,
do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the state of Idaho,
and the state of Idaho,
and the laws and ordinances
the laws and ordinances
of the city of Caldwell,
of the city of Caldwell,
that I will, to the best of my ability,
and I will, to the best of my abilities,
faithfully perform the duties
faithfully perform the duties
of police officer
of police officer
in the city of Caldwell,
in the city of Caldwell,
Canyon County, Idaho,
Canyon County, Idaho,
so help me God.
so help me God. No, other dad.
Your play dad. He's his play daddy. All right, good.
Basically another dad.
Outstanding. So last but not least, we have Mitch Markovitz, common spelling. So you're the only Boise-born boy, right, in this group? So he's the only true Idaho native. Super proud of that. So he, of course, comes to us from the Ada County Sheriff's Office, where he did several years in the jail and has established himself as a leader, a peer leader on his watch, and just is the exemplary model of what, a deputy should look like. But now he's going to make that his new home here in this nice blue uniform and protect and serve Caldwell. So we're super excited to have you. Don't leave us when you go back to Ada County because their academy's awesome. But don't stay there too long, all right? We want you back in a couple months. And we're super excited to have you here, and come on up.
I, Mitch Markovitz,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the state of Idaho,
and the state of Idaho,
and the laws and ordinances
laws and ordinances
of the city of Caldwell,
of the city of Caldwell,
and that I will, to the best of my ability,
that I will, to the best of my abilities,
faithfully perform the duties
faithfully perform the duties
of police officer
of police officer
in the city of Caldwell,
in the city of Caldwell,
Canyon County, Idaho,
Canyon County, Idaho.
so help me God.
His girlfriend is pinning him. No pressure, Mitch. So at this point, without further ado, I want to call Officer Dwight Penke up to the front as well. Mitch Markovitz, come on back here. Hockbecker, come on up here, sir. And Captain Jake Vogt from the Ada County Sheriff's Office. He is the commanding officer or the captain in charge of custody, which is the largest jail in the state of Idaho. He has over 1,000 inmates, several hundred employees, and he does a phenomenal job. Not only has he been a professional friend of mine, but he's been a personal friend for several years now. And I respect him and admire him, and I admire his opinion. And when he says these guys are solid, I believe every word he says. So, Jake, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So, Mayor, Council, Chief, all in the audience, thank you for this opportunity. Again, my name is Jake Vogt. I am the captain with the Ada County Sheriff's Office over our Jail Services Bureau. I wanted to take a moment to say a few words on behalf of our three, I want to say deputies, but now officers. When I learned of their testing process for the Caldwell Police Department, obviously Officer Penke came over a few months ago, Mitch and Hawk most recently last week. I was very proud of them, and obviously my friend Chief Ingram and I, we spoke, and I highly recommended these men. I recently transferred back to the jail in March, and there was a few that kind of, as I'm going around introducing myself, getting to know everybody, there's a few that were born leaders, you can just tell, and these three gentlemen, I could tell from speaking to them, and also their reputations. They were definitely leaders in our jail. We always speak about culture in our jail. Our culture is huge. We train our deputies and our staff to treat people right and do the right thing. And I know from my personal relationship with Chief Ingram, he believes the same thing with your department, the Caldwell Fire Department. And I'm just here to take a moment to speak on behalf of them. You guys are getting some good officers. And I think it shows the partnership in our valley. Crime knows no boundaries, knows no jurisdictions. We in law enforcement also should be that way. I think it shows our partnership that, we have 3 officers going to Caldwell from our jail, and then now we're training them back in our academy coming up here soon. That partnership is great. I have joked with them, I didn't tell you yet, but the day of graduation, maybe we give them Ada County uniforms again. But we'll talk about that later. But no, Mayor, Council, I understand the need for public safety. I've been doing this job 25 plus years, and you guys are getting some good officers, and their culture will fit good. So I just want to say congratulations to you 3. I do have a few team citations that I'd also like to give to them for some work they did prior to leaving our agency. Our jail is the largest in the state. We have upwards of 1,100 inmates. We have 263 employees that work there. You can imagine it's like a small city, from security staff to nursing to warehouse and kitchen, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on. And we have a wide variety of inmates in our custody, from medium security up to maximum. And recently we had some situations where we had some fentanyl overdoses within our facility. Have you seen on the news, the fentanyl's out in the community, and inmates find sneaky ways to bring it into facilities. And so the first, I'd like to recognize Officer Penke, his response, where we had 2 inmates had a pretty severe fentanyl overdose. If you know what Narcan, the opioid reversal drug is, our nursing staff and our security staff gave multiple doses of that reversal drug to them. One was very, very bad off, but because of their hard work and our medical staff, both are alive today. And so I want to recognize, first I'll read a team citation on behalf of Officer Penke. And then also, just like inmates get crafty and figure out ways to get things in, we get crafty and investigate. So the second team citation will actually document the work that a lot of my officers put in to try and investigate and find out how that was coming in. And a short time later, due to some hard work that started with one of our records clerks, who saw some goofy things off about some financial stuff coming and going from commissary accounts, was able to put together a good investigation. And can't go into too many details, but we were able to identify someone who we believe was likely responsible for some of that. And then that person was taken care of. So again, this team citation starts with Officer Penke's response to an overdose, and then Officer Markovitz's response to part of the investigation. So there's multiple people involved in this. I was able to give the team citations to our officers back at my agency, but this is the first opportunity I've had a chance to recognize them. So if you would, I'll read the first one. The Ada County Jail has 4 pillars of success: safety of staff, security of facility, well-being of inmates, and to meet or exceed shareholders' expectations. This team of dedicated employees held up that well-being pillar on August 26, 2022, when their quick thinking and decisive action allowed them to save the life of one inmate and provide medical treatment for another before life-saving measures were needed. All were at work that night when deputies discovered an inmate in a cell in the medium custody unit was lying on the floor in a puddle of water and unresponsive. You immediately began life-saving measures, including CPR, using a defibrillator, and administering the opioid reversal drug Narcan. While that was happening, you noticed another inmate who was in the same cell showing similar signs of medical distress. So you began first aid. Paramedics arrived a short time later and took both inmates to the hospital. The inmates survived because of your dedication to the safety of people in our care. This team, including deputies and medical staff, provided the highest quality of care in a moment of true crisis. Saving these lives was accomplished through excellent teamwork, deep knowledge of our jail, expert communication. This team displayed the qualities of selfless service, dedication to make our community a safer place to live, work, and play here at the Ada County Sheriff's Office. So thank you, Officer. Thank you. The next one, again, will be dealing with the investigation. The Ada County Jail has 4 pillars of success: safety of staff, security of facility, well-being of inmates, and to meet or exceed our shareholders' expectations. This team of dedicated employees held up 4 pillars on November 22nd, 2022, when their quick thinking and decisive action allowed them to identify a drug dealing operation in the Ada County Jail at a time when fentanyl epidemic has put our inmate population at increased risk. All were at work that day when a woman arrived at the jail lobby and asked to get commissary funds from an inmate whose name she spelled wrong. This set off a suspicion of a very observant records clerk who called deputies and told them of her concerns. Deputies then took over the investigation, gathered evidence, and quickly figured out which inmate was selling the drugs by having other inmates release commissary money. Deputies then got him out of the dorm without alerting the suspicion of the other inmates. Once out, the inmate refused to cooperate, but deputies were able to secure and search him, eventually finding a concealed plastic bag of fentanyl. Thank you for your sharp, intuitive work. You were able to identify a drug distribution ring, remove a various dangerous drug from the jail, and prevent illegal and potentially fatal activity in the facility. This team displays the qualities of intuitive problem solving, selfless service, dedication to protect the well-being of inmates, and commitment to make our community a safer place to live, work, and play. So thank you. So I'd just like to wrap up again and just say you guys are getting 3 fine officers, and they're going to perform very well for you guys. We're looking forward to seeing them grow in their career. And obviously, I'm close with Chief Ingram, so I'll be keeping tabs on you guys. So you guys take care and just congratulations.
Thank you very much, Captain Vogt. I was going to say chief because he used to be the chief of Star, so I got used to calling him that. Welcome, guys. You guys are part of the premier law enforcement agency in the state. It's my humble opinion. I just want to say thank you to everyone in the back for holding the line. This has been obviously a very rough start to the year with things going on, and there's, in the media across the country with Memphis and things going on. And I just want everyone to take a look around and It's the men and women who are standing along the wall, the firefighters, the first responders that are out there risking their life for really pennies on a dollar to go out there and keep everyone safe so they can sleep at night knowing that there's people out there holding the line and making sure that they're living their American dream. And that's truly what we stand for and what the fire department stands for. And, you know, when bullets are flying and flames are coming out, these individuals that line these walls tonight, they go towards that stuff. They don't run away. And I'm super honored to be here with Chief Raleigh and to really represent, you know, our public safety in Caldwell. And this is a huge milestone. You guys, a huge milestone, a very big victory for us that we got to celebrate. So thank you everyone for coming. Mayor, council, thank you. Debbie, thank you. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief Ingram. We appreciate that, and Chief Raleigh. And yes, any chance we get to recognize these amazing men and women in uniform, we'll take that chance every time we get it. So thank you for your service, for everything that you do. There's so much behind the scenes that we are not aware of, that you do day in and day out, and so thank you for that. And so we do have a small reception. Follow this. So we do have about 10 minutes before we need to begin our city council meeting. So we invite you to mingle in the back. There's some cookies and drinks back there. And then I think we need to give one more shout out real quick. You've all heard of the wonderful and amazing things that these men and women have been doing, and we are so proud of them for doing that. However, the word on that would not get out with our amazing PIO, our Public Information Officer, Char Jackson. So I just want to give a huge shout out to her, a big part that she's done and all of the great things going on. She's always behind the camera and never wants to come out front, but she deserves a lot of accolades. So thank you so much for that. And again, please join in the back for some cookies and some drinks. We did have a number of workshops this evening. Those were all informational. There's no final decisions made at that time, but we'll be coming forward in the near future on some of those for a final decision, as duly noted and agendized. So we will begin this meeting by an invocation offered by Pastor Paul Scholga. Hopefully I said that right, got it close, of the Caldwell Christian Faith Center. So if you'll come forward and please pray for us, if we'd all stand for that, and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Well, Heavenly Father, we come before you this fine evening, Lord. And first of all, I thank you for the brave men and women we have protecting this community, God. We thank you for the new recruits, the new additions, God, to our police force here locally. We bless their families, their homes, God. We ask you your protection over all the, God, the police force, the fire, the EMTs, God, here in this region, God, here locally, Lord. We pray right now, God, I pray right now for the mayor, for the city council, Lord, every representative in this room tonight. Father, I pray your wisdom, your grace, your mercy, and your anointing would be on him. Father, we pray for this community. We pray for your protection. God, we pray for your prosperity, God. We pray for small businesses, God, that they would prosper, that this would be an amazing region to live in, as it already is, God. But more and more young families would be blessed by what we have here in Caldwell, God. We just want to bless, God, every just a facet, God, of our communities, our schools, God, that we would uphold morals and values, God, that reflect the community. In Jesus' name, God, we pray for places of worship, God, churches and other places, God. We just pray a blessing, God, over every community that comes to make one another better, God. We thank you for this amazing time and opportunity that we have. I pray this all in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much for that prayer. We very much appreciate that. Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Williams?
Here.
Doty?
Here.
Stotty?
Here.
Register?
Here.
McGee?
Here.
Very good. Thank you very much. So we have 5 city council members present. Councilman Allgood is not with us yet this evening, but we do hope to see him sometime soon. Are there any conflict of interest declarations from any of the council members regarding an item on the agenda this evening? Okay. We have one special presentation this evening, and that is a proclamation that I will read. Okay. So it states, says, whereas in 2019, suicide was the 10th leading cause of death in the United States, and whereas in 2019, 47,174 Americans died by suicide, with 1.4 million suicide attempts nationwide. And whereas in 2019, Idaho ranked 5th in the nation in suicide, and the national rate of suicide in Idaho is 23.18 per 100,000 population, a rate of 9.18 higher than the national average. And whereas in 2019, suicide was the 8th leading cause of death in Idaho, the 2nd leading cause of death for Idahoans aged 15 to 24, and 4th leading cause of death for Idahoans aged 25 to 44. Now therefore, I, Jerem Wagoner, Mayor of the City of Caldwell, do hereby proclaim February 12, 2023 to be the Day of Hope in Caldwell, Idaho, and encourage citizens to join together in the community in any way that is personally meaningful for this cause. In witness whereof, I hereto set my hand and cause to be affixed the seal of the City of Caldwell today, February 7th, 2023. I don't believe we have anybody here to receive this. Is that correct? Okay, very good. So we still want to make sure that we recognize that and encourage people to remember that day and reach out to those that you think are in need. Everybody can use a helping hand from time to time. So that moves us on to audience participation. So if there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak to the council on a matter that is not on the agenda before us this evening. Okay, then that'll move us into our consent calendar. We do have, I believe, a amendment to that consent calendar. Councilor Doty?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I request to amend item number 3 under the consent calendar by adding record destruction request from the Planning and Zoning Department and the Fire Department for approval.
Very good. Do we have a second to that motion? So we have a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Stoddard to amend the consent calendar as noted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So that will move item number 3 of consent calendar. Added it, so it amended it, adding again record destruction request for P&Z and for the fire department approval. Okay. And we'll note that Councilor Allgood is here now with us this evening. So we now have the consent calendar as amended before the council. Do we have a motion for the approval of the amended consent calendar?
So moved.
We have a, they both moved and both seconded. So we have a motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of the consent calendar as amended. Madam Clerk, if you please, actually, sorry, you have your things in front of you? Or maybe not? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you please call the roll.
McGee?
Yes.
Allgood?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Doty?
Yes.
Stoddard?
Yes.
Register?
Yes.
Very good. That motion passes unanimously. And we appreciate this and that. We think it's a great thing, and we're excited for the new building. It should be a lot more streamless. So that should be a great thing. Another bonus to getting moved over there. So that moves us into old business. So there is the first action item under old business has actually been requested to have that item withdrawn, not tabled, but actually withdrawn. So if you were here for old business action item number 1, that was for the annexation request, 22-21, and a SUP 22-27 for Lavender Crossing. So if you were here for Lavender Crossing this evening, we apologize. I believe we just found out not too long ago that the applicant is actually withdrawing that request. So what that means is the difference from being tabled is if it was tabled, it would be moved to a date certain for you to be able to come back and talk about it at that time. With it being withdrawn, they will need to submit new applications, and you will be re-notified of whenever that date is in the future if they do decide to reapply. So again, if you were here for Lavender Crossing, that has been withdrawn. It will not be heard this evening. They will need to submit a new application.
Mayor,
So, yes.
sorry, if I may, just for a point of clarification
Yeah.
for council, so they understand that this particular application originally came in, went to the hearing examiner. It was withdrawn at that point in time for some amendments. When it was resubmitted, there was a miscommunication of some sort between staff and the developer, and so there was no second neighborhood meeting held. The developer recalled that was at staff's direction. Staff was unable to confirm either way, but regardless, the applicant wants to make sure that they've checked all the boxes exactly where they're supposed to, and so staff is withdrawing this for the purpose of letting that come in complete. But I wanted to make it clear that it was not the result of dilatory acts on the developer's part. There was some sort of miscommunication, and Elizabeth Keckeritz from Gibbons Pursley is here. If you had any questions about that, but if you do not, that's fine, and you'll see this on a future agenda with that neighborhood meeting having been conducted.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Okay, very good. So then that item has been withdrawn, so that affects item number 2 as well, which was the bill and ordinance for the annexation request. So that moves us on to old business action item number 3. This is a legislative matter regarding a proposed change in the special assessment rate of the Caldwell Downtown Business Improvement District by adding a 5% year-over-year cap on changes in assessments, as well as a 5% year-over-year floor on changes in assessments. Brent, do you by chance, I don't know if I emailed that to you. So we have yep, right there. So real quick, as Mr. Waterman's coming forward, and I'm sure he'll clarify this as well. So this does not mean a guarantee of 5% every year. It is a cap and a ceiling, which means it cannot go above that. So if it was a 3% increase, it would be a 3% increase, and the BID would not be a 5%. And so as it will be shown on that illustration right there, so as you can see, what this does, and this kind of came up this year with the ever-increasing property values. I believe that shows a near 50% increase in property values, which would equate to a near 50% increase in your BID fees. So this cap would say that that would be a 5% increase, cannot go higher than that. So that is the reasoning for this and explanation. I'm sure, Mr. Waterman, you'll go into more detail, but just want to make sure that's very clear. That is what is being presented this evening. So with that, turn it over to you.
Mayor and Council, thank you. Douglas Waterman, one of the city attorneys. So the mayor accurately summed up what's being proposed. Just want to make a couple opening comments about what this does not do. The proposed ordinance change does not modify the boundaries of the district. It does not create new tiers in the business improvement district for assessments. It is solely localized on addressing the fluctuations that you can see there on the screen, and trying to buffer business owners against wild fluctuations in their assessed values. Unlike property taxes that are generated based off a levy rate that have budget caps and then a levy is determined and multiplied by total property value, so they can become smaller portions of total property value. The BID is just a percentage that is applied to assessed values, and so if those go up by 47%, the BID assessments will follow them. And the goal of this ordinance is to hedge that on top and bottom to make sure that they don't fluctuate as much, while still having exceptions to accommodate new development or redevelopment, things like that. I met with representatives from Destination Caldwell to go over some concerns they had about the ordinance, and that helped inform the final ordinance you have there in your packet. Also we had a meeting here in this room on the 30th and got some public comment. If public comment tonight matches what we had at that meeting, there are, I think, concerns from BID members about the district in general and potentially what the money's being spent on, wanting more transparency for Destination Caldwell, maybe desires to have different categories based upon types of use, and those may all be well and good things for the council to consider at a future workshop. But for the purpose of tonight, I think it's valid and reasonable to scope what we're considering exactly to what this ordinance does, which is add a 5% cap and a 5% floor on assessment rates year over year. So in your packet, you'll have the ordinance. Like I said, it adds a 5% cap, so it looks at the prior year's assessment and the proposed current year's assessment. And if the proposed current year's assessment exceeds 1.05 as a factor multiplied by the prior year's assessment, the current year's assessment is capped at that 1.05. Likewise, there's a floor that's 0.95. If property values were to drop substantially, that floor would come into play. You look at the prior year's assessment, multiply it by a factor of 0.95. And if the number is less than whatever you derive by that calculation, then the assessment is 0.95 of the prior year's assessment. This does not impact the overall $5,000 cap that property owners are capped at in terms of requirements to pay. The last thing I'll comment on at this point is the exceptions. and this is an exception from the cap. So there are two categories of property that would need to be accepted from the 5% growth cap. That's property that was previously exempt, that has now come onto the tax rolls. If in the prior year the property was taxed, assessed at $0, obviously the cap's not going to work for that. So in the year in which it comes on, its assessment is set in that year. If it increases by more than 5% in the subsequent year, the cap would apply then. There's also an exception for the 5% floor, which would be in an instance where there was a total destruction of the property or a substantial destruction of the property. If you have a property, for example, that were to burn down and there were to be a period of time before it was rebuilt, you don't want to have the assessment stay at that high level simply because that floor is there. When the rebuild happens, that will present an opportunity to reset back up the appropriate value, but in the years where the property's value is decreased because of that disaster, the assessment will track with it. The current, in the proposed ordinance, the triggering event for either growth or floor is 10%. So it's a building permit pulled plus a 10% increase. Likewise, if it's a destructive event, it's a destructive event plus a 10% decrease would exempt somebody from the floor of the cap. That's what I have at this point. I'm happy to try to answer any questions I can. Mayor, you may have some additional comment on the additional motivation for this change. I think that the motivation is readily apparent there from the graph and what's expected this year if this change does not go into place. So, like I said, happy to try to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I think, yeah, you hit it spot on, that graph. And thank you for Rochelle for putting that together. Really shows that last year of what kind of triggered the thoughts on this, because we saw what was happening, wanted to try to get ahead of that. And again, not trying to do anything against Destination Caldwell, but and to me, it was a win-win. So that way they kind of have a good understanding of what, those fees could be, those BID fees, rather than just guesstimating if it's going to be, way high or way low. And obviously you can see without this, it increases dramatically by several $100s there this year if this doesn't go into effect. So I appreciate that presentation again, and that graph really shows it. So thank you so much for that. Councilor Stoddard, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Waterman, some of the complaints that I always received here for the last 6 months is that those businesses that are like a block and a half, 2 blocks away, 3 blocks away, obviously don't receive the same benefit that those that are surrounding the creek itself. Was there any discussion on that particular item?
That was, there was general discussion at the open house on, it was mostly based upon category of use. For example, there are some older multifamily homes, as I understand it, that have been impacted by this and have less of a opportunity to adjust their revenue to deal with this issue. And again, if there's a need to create new categories of assessment, happy to assist with drafting an ordinance to do that. But what I can say is for those properties that are maybe have doubts about the value that they're receiving as a result of the BID, this upcoming year their assessment will be capped at 5% instead of going up 47%, and hopefully that will give some breathing room if some more adjustments are necessary.
Okay. I just hope in the future that the board would revisit that particular item, because it seems like common sense to me if you're 3 blocks away and you just don't receive the traffic and the benefit those folks that are surrounding the Indian Creek itself. So,
Mayor, Councilman Stott, I think some members of the board are in the audience, so I'm sure they will make a note of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, very good, thank you. So it sounds like this may be a first step of a few. So appreciate that. Other questions from council? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So again, I'll just kind of reiterate what Mr. Waterman had said, and ask you to keep your testimony to the scope of this request. This is not an open discussion of the BID and other changes that you wish to see therein. We can have those addressed at another time, whether it's a workshop or whatnot. So I'd ask that any testimony you provide is specific to this request of a 5% cap on the BID. Like I said, if you don't like it, that's all right. We appreciate that. We could have another discussion another time. But for this matter, that is the testimony that we'd be looking for and asking for this evening. So with that, we do have 2 people signed up in support of this proposal. David, is it Vishny? Wishney. So if you'd like to come forward, please. I think you signed up to testify, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you would just state your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes for your testimony.
Well, thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My wife Susan and I own the Western Building at Main and Kimball. It's probably best known for our anchor tenant, Caldwell Floral. And we've owned the building for approximately 30 years. And we wholeheartedly support this concept of a cap and a floor. That said, I would encourage the council to consider an amendment that would start based upon, say, 2021 plus the 5% from that point. And the reason, based upon the 2021 assessments, and then add 5%, that brings us to 2022, and then moving forward. Now, the reason I suggest this is the graph doesn't even come close to the changes in the current assessed value of our property. In 2021, our property was assessed at roughly $577,000. For 2022, and that would have been a BID assessment then, or levy of roughly $1,900. This year, or last year, in 2022, the assessment jumped up to $1,200,000, raising the BID levy to $4,000, so more than double. And I did appeal the taxes, and the Board of Equalization dropped them a little bit down to $1,025,000. I took it to the next level of the state, and we've had the hearing, and no decision has been made. But the county assessors came and under oath testified that our building was now worth $2 million, even though we presented financial data that showed, we've been full for 3 years. It has nothing to do really with the plaza. We've been full for many years, but their response is that we're simply not charging enough rent. But be that as it may, you can see that the dramatic increase that we have incurred, and I suspect many of my neighbors have incurred, or will occur during 2023. And so that's why I would encourage you, because they're kind of the horse is out of the barn already. We've got go back and establish a threshold, add the 5% or even 10% for last year from 2021, and then start the 5% cap rate from there. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from any council members? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here. Now, is Susan signed up? You wish not to testify, is that correct? Okay, very good. So those are the two that have signed up in support. We do have two signed up neutral for this request. Kelly Jenkins. You're going to step in? Do you trust them, Kelly, up here? Okay, so this is Mr. Bob Jenkins. If you don't mind, name and address, and then 5 minutes is yours.
Bob Jenkins, 16091 Orchard Avenue, Caldwell, Idaho. And I want to change neutral to for it. And I would like to put my hat for the prior testimony as far as taking it back, because in the last year or two, it has jumped up dramatically. And what they don't understand is I can't go to my tenants and instantly say, oh, it's jumped up, now we need to raise your rent in order to cover it. A lot of times I'm locked in for 3-5 years with maybe a 5%, 8% increase. And so I would like to say with Brother David Wishney or whatever, that if we could backtrace this for a year, that'd be a great and really help, because like I said, I can't up my rents to these guys until their leases are up.
Oh, very good. Excellent. Any questions for Mr. Jenkins? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Mr. Hunsaker. So if you'll state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes, if you need it all.
Jeff Hunsaker. I'm at 216 East Pat Lane in Caldwell.
I signed up as neutral. I'm in favor of the cap and the floor. And I just wanted, I'm a business owner downtown, or not a business owner, but a property owner in Tier 1 in the BID. And I'm also on the Destination Caldwell board, and I'm also the president of the BID board. And just wanted to say a few words about how critical the BID assessment is for the operation of Indian Creek Plaza and everything that goes on with the staff of Destination Caldwell, and what a critical component of operating that at a premier level that I think that the community appreciates and respects and has come to expect. I think that the graphs clearly show that the property values have increased. Part of that due to the efforts of the Destination Caldwell through the BID, and just wanted to speak out in favor of it. And I think there's a lot of confusion about how the BID is constructed. There are tiers for the BID. There's a tier 1 that's closer to the plaza, and it's clearly stated in the resolution or whatever was created when the BID was created. There's a tier 1 that's taxed at a greater rate than tier 2, which is farther away from the plaza. So that's part of it. But all in all, Destination Caldwell and the BID board is in favor of the cap and the floor and the other considerations made in this resolution that's before us right now. So,
Very good. Thank you so much. Is there any questions from council? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
Mr. Hunsinger, thank you for being here. I was glad somebody was going to be here. I appreciate that.
Sure.
You heard the gentleman's testimony about maybe going back 1 year. Do you have any opinion on how that would affect your commitments, financial commitments, if the board or the council were to consider that?
well, as I say, the contribution from the BID is a huge part of the budget of Destination Caldwell. I mean, it's not additional to what the Destination Caldwell and the operation of the facilities downtown, the new facilities downtown, are not a profitable affair. It's a nonprofit organization, and it is the funds that come from the BID are critical. There are there's revenue generated from the activities down there, but the intent was never for that to make money and to charge for events. So there's a lot of free events down there that are bringing people into Caldwell, and I think that everyone's seen the benefits of that. As far as backdating this cap in the floor, I think we're certainly opposed to that. I mean, what would the date be? When would it be reasonable to bring that back? I mean, I think that going forward, I think that the cap and the floor is it makes good sense for the community. I think that the budget of Destination Caldwell is running pretty close to even. We're still a little bit in the red. So to come back and take that money back, I think it would be problematic. It certainly would. I think that a lot of this growth is a result of, I mean, not totally, of course, but I think if you compare the property values in 2017, 2018 to what they are now, a lot of that is due to the demand that's created by all the people that are coming into downtown Caldwell, and that is a huge component. Destination Caldwell and the activities that are funded by the BID are a huge part of that. And I think it's just what we're dealing with is this concept that was devised 6-8 years ago, working beautifully, and it's not done yet, but we're making good progress. But as, having said all that, I think that, you know, it's a common sense approach to put a cap on this and make sure that everybody can, I mean, I forget who said it, but I think it's good to, you know, as your budgeting is, you know, as Destination Caldwell is budgeting, as the property owners are budgeting for their upcoming year, that's a, you know, that's a consistent value, or, you know, more consistent than what it has been. So we're in favor of it.
Very good. Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, thank you
Thank
so much.
you very much.
Appreciate it, Jeff. We have one person signed up in opposition, Mr. Koch. If you want to come forward, if you don't mind, please state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Glenn Koch, 23306 Freezeout Road, Caldwell. Mr. Mayor, Council, I have a... Okay. Could I pass on? While we applaud the Business Improvement District leaders and the City Council for this proposal, limiting the increase of this assessment to no more than 5% per year, some of us see this as too little, too late. If you would refer to my handout, you'll see the actual year-by-year numbers that I'm summarizing here. In the past 3 years, our property tax assessments increases have varied between 32% and 79%. Our total BID assessments have increased by a total of 40% over the last 3 years. Factor in the dip in our economy due to COVID, while at the same time inflation has increased a full percent over the historic average for these last years, for a total increase of 12%. Needless to say, our family-held real estate company has certainly not been able to raise rents 12%, much less 40%. 2 of our renters have not fully recovered even yet and are struggling to stay current, much less catch up on past due rent. While we understand that state statutes demand that property be assessed at market value, there are different ways of determining that value. One, of course, is comparable sales, and the other is rental return. Unfortunately, out-of-state money pouring into our county and city have driven up comp prices into the stratosphere. These inflated assessed values are more severe in our residential properties that are zoned commercial in the BID district. These residential properties are what one would consider low-income housing and have been so for many years, with one family renting the same home for over 20 years. Take a quick look at the county's $340,000 assessed valuation at 205 Blaine, which is a small 2-bedroom, 978 square foot, 85-year-old house, which has never been remodeled. When we legally appealed the $340,000 assessment to the county, we were quickly told, "We cannot help you. We have the comps to back up our assessments." Our family has run business in Caldwell since 1937. And in case you wondered, I'll be 97 years old this year. We have always believed that healthy individual businesses best provide a prosperous business climate for all of us, and thus we've tried to operate with that in mind. However, the increases in value and resulting taxes have created an imbalance for our ever-needed rental increases and ever-declining profits. In the last 3 years, average annual 13% increase, our request is that the council modify your proposal to limit the annual increase for the next 5 years to 0%. Then in 2027, adopt the 5% annual limit. This then would average out an increase over these 8 years, to 5%. Our last suggestion would be to remove all residential properties from BID. BID does a couple of things for people living in the district. First, it creates a parking problem. Next, it increases rents for renters. And it increases property taxes for landlords. Most homes in the BI district are approaching 100 years old or older. Avoid the hassle, help the economy, remove residential properties from BID.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Koch. And you look pretty good for 97. I'd be happy to look that good 30 years younger than that. So congratulations on that. That's awesome. So any questions from any council members? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Appreciate your time. Okay, and that does conclude all those that have signed up to testify on this matter. And so with that, I'd stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
In a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Councilor Stoddard and a second from Councilor Register. She was late, but I'm gonna give it to her. So, to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Okay, so that puts it into the hands of the council. So time for any discussion, questions for council. If you have any for them, they're always open for that. And again, this item is regarding the proposed change in the special assessment rate of the Caldwell Downtown Business Improvement District, adding a 5% year-over-year cap and floor on that. And I think we received some great testimony in regards to this. And so any discussion or questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Williams.
Thank you. I think a lot of good thinking has gone into this, and a lot of time and collaboration between the city and Destination Caldwell. I think what we have before us is a good functioning solution to a potential problem. I appreciate those who have come to testify, especially those that have said we're in favor. I think we would all like to turn back the clock and say, can we assess our taxes from 2 years ago? But if we had to redo our budget based on property taxes from 2 years ago, that would affect wages and everything else we're doing. The cost of doing business has gone up for Destination Caldwell, just like it has for everybody else. And so in my mind, to go back 2 years in the assessment would mean we'd need to go back to the drawing board and say, is 5% the right amount? Should it be 7%? Should it be go back 2 years and do 10%, which was one suggestion. So in my mind, what we have before us here is to either approve or not approve this bill as it stands, or start over. And so, Mr. Mayor, just for the sake of expediency, I'm prepared to sponsor bill number 4, ordinance number 3488.
Very good. So we do have a motion for sponsorship of bill number 40, for bill number, sorry.
Is it 41?
41, ordinance number 3067-A. So do we have a second on that? Okay, so do we have a second? So we do have a sponsorship by Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor McGee. And there still is, if you wish, you can have discussion on that motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So we were, most of us were at that meeting, or the open house that they had, and I think the majority of people were for it. But I just wanted to be clear on something, and put this out there, because I think Councilor Allgood and I have the same question, that the residences that are affected by this are not owner-occupied, that the owner-occupied residences are not affected by this. Is that correct? And
I'd
there's
actually
nodding.
look at our attorney to respond to that.
The homes that are receiving a homeowner's exemption from Canyon County are exempt from assessment. So if there is a homeowner's exemption on a property, yes, that would be exempt.
Okay, I just didn't want to throw everybody into a panic that lives down there that they have to pay on this. This is only for business properties, and meaning rentals. Okay.
Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. Any other discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'd please call the roll. Oh, sorry, we got it up and going, my bad. So voting is open, and again, this is for the approval of the bill and ordinance as presented. There we go. So voting is all tallied and voting is closed, and so that motion passes with 5 in favor and 1 against. Councillor Stoddard did vote against, and the other 5 council members did vote in favor of that proposal. Okay, so that moves us on to, and again, thank you so much to those that came and testified. Do appreciate that and the testimony that was given, so. And it sounds like, also, I'll just throw this out there, that this sounds like this is probably a first step. So I think we direct staff to continue looking at the BID and some of the proposals that were given this evening, and see if there's other things we can do to continue to improve that, and working obviously with Destination Caldwell hand in hand, in regards to that. So, okay, that moves us, let's see here, into new business, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right? Are we in new business? Okay. So, new business action item number 1 is the mayor's presentation for appointment of the planning and zoning director, effective through January of 2024. So, very excited to present the name of Robin Collins for our new planning and zoning director. So, Robin has been working as our deputy planning and zoning director, came to us from the city of Eagle, where she was the director of economic development. So, she has prior director experience. Been very impressed with Robin while she's been here at the city and everything that she's done in the planning and zoning department. I know she has the respect of her colleagues in that department, and they support her in her role and in this new role as well. So I feel she's very qualified and will continue to lead our planning and zoning department in a positive direction. And I appreciate the work she's been doing this past couple of weeks as the interim director. We've had a few things pop up, and we've been able to work through those, and appreciate really the work and effort she's given to it, the research her and her staff have done in trying to find the right answer. We can't always tell people yes, but we can do the research and find ways to make it work. And Robin has shown that she can and is willing to do that, and her staff, and I appreciate that very much. So with that, I would again present that name and stand for a motion from a council for the appointment of Robin Collins as our planning and zoning director.
So moved.
Very good. Do we have a second? So we have a motion from Councillor Stoddard and a second from Councillor McGee for the appointment of Robin Collins as our planning and zoning director. And the voting is open. And the voting is closed with all votes cast, and that passes unanimously. So you're stuck. So, so congratulations, Robin, on that. Very excited to have you as the official director for our planning and zoning department. Obviously, that department is near and dear to my heart, as I worked in there for many years. And I'm excited to have Robin lead the good planners that we have in that department and that staff. So thank you so much for being willing to step up and for doing that. So I do have your official oath of office here. I've already signed it, so we'll get you. Actually, we do need to do that, don't we? So we do need to swear you in. I just realized. So yeah, if you'll actually come forward, we'll do that at this time. Raise your hand and repeat after me. I, Robin Collins,
I, Robin Collins,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Idaho,
the Constitution of the State of Idaho,
and the laws and ordinances of the City of Caldwell,
and the laws and ordinances of the City of Caldwell,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of planning and zoning director
the duties of planning and zoning director
of the City of Caldwell,
of the City of Caldwell,
Canyon County, Idaho,
Canyon County, Idaho,
to the best of my ability
to the best of my ability
during my continuance therein.
during my continuance therein.
Now it's official.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, I just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity. I have thoroughly enjoyed working alongside an exceptional team of city staff, community members, and agency partners, and I am truly excited and honored for this opportunity. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you again. Appreciate all you've done. Okay, that moves us on to action item number 3, I believe. Yep, so this is a public hearing, a request by Audie Brumfield on behalf of Brumfield Claude Trust A to vacate unopened platted alley right-of-way lying on Block 60 of Devers Edition and Caldwell as filed in Book 2 of Plats at page 17, Records of Canyon County. Brent, are you doing this one?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So this is a request for a vacation of an unopened public right-of-way. And unfortunately, we're having a little network issue, so I'm not able to use the right-of-way map, which is a bummer. I can show this to you actually, though, on the Canyon County outward facing, the other agency tab.
And if you need to just use the other one and kind of give us a general idea, that should be fine, Brent.
Okay, we'll just do that so we can jump right in. So there's a couple of little residual pieces of right-of-way that came to be kind of unusable because of the passage of the interstate through Caldwell, which is definitely worth it. So you've got a small little right-of-way, chunk of right-of-way like right here that has no city utilities in it, and really we see no way in which it's going to serve some kind of city purpose in the future. And so these folks have requested vacation of that piece. And so we've brought that before you. I think I may be able to just show you that exact piece if you'd like.
And that's just behind the Maverick gas station, it looks like.
Exactly right, Mayor, yes, thank you.
We're wondering where that's at.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yeah.
may, was, Brett, you probably remember this, my previous tender, was that the property that nobody wanted to own or take care of at one time? Is that the same one or not?
I'm not remembering that, Councilman Stoddard.
Councilor Alden's thinking it's something different, so.
Wasn't the same or is the same?
Piece you're thinking of is up on, Marble Front, North
Yeah,
Indiana.
this is not the same property, okay, thank you.
I'm not in the right place here, sorry. Here we go. This is the right city. Okay. I think it'll be back. There it is. Okay. So it should be, okay, here we go. See this little guy right here?
Yep.
So that's the piece. Don't need it for city public right-of-way as far as Public Works is concerned, and aren't currently using it. So if the council sees fit, we have a public hearing and it'll be before the council for your decision on whether or not to vacate that. So I'll stand for your questions.
Very good. Any questions for Brent? Okay. So this is the public hearing, correct, or is this?
This
is there
is the
another
public
one following
hearing.
this? Okay.
Yeah, so this is the public hearing and the decision would follow the public hearing.
Okay, very good. Excellent. Thank you so much. So appreciate that. So it looks like there's no questions.
Mr. Mayor.
Very good. So, with that, again, this is a bill and ordinance for the vacation of this unopened public alley right-of-way. Oh, sorry, yes. So there's nobody signed up to testify other than Mr. Orton, who testified on behalf of the city. So with that, I'd stand for motion to close public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Motion of Councilor Stoddard and a second of Councilor Doty to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye. So enthusiastically. Any opposed? The motion passes. Okay, so that would move us into, again, this bill and ordinance, so we would need a sponsor, and I'll read this by title only. Again, this is bill number 4, ordinance number 3488, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Caldwell, Idaho, reciting petition for vacation of unopened public alley right-of-way at the intersection of South 9th Avenue and the vacated center line of Joliet Street. Reciting that appropriate notice was given of public hearing, determining that vacation of said unopened public alley right-of-way to be in the best interest of the City of Caldwell, and that said unopened public alley right-of-way shall be vacated, providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Algen.
I move that this, that we waive, the 3 reading rule. Well, we already done that, haven't
Yep.
we?
Mhm.
All right. I will sponsor bill number 4, ordinance number 3488, and move for its approval and approve the summary for publication.
Very good. Do we have a second? Okay, so we have a motion from Councilor Algen and a second from Councilor McGee for approval of the request. The voting is opened. Very good. All votes are cast. The voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. So, very good. So appreciate that. So it's good to get that back on the tax rolls, even if it is a little piece. Every little bit helps. So, okay, so that moves us on to new business action item number 5. This is a public hearing for Mandalay Ranch Development Agreement that's associated with Annexation 22-6. So this is a development agreement for approval a proposal that was approved by council back in October of last year. So bringing that back forward for, this consideration, so probably just kind of missed at that point. So again, this has already been approved, and this is just the development agreement approval. The request was approved, this is just for the development agreement only. Are you doing it, Alex?
I sure am.
Okay, very good.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. So as the mayor said, this is the Alex Jones, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. This is a development agreement for the Mandalay Ranch Pathway. This was an annexation originally. The annexation passed. The draft DA was in this application, but since it was not noticed at the time of the annexation, it was missed, and staff is just cleaning up this application. That's what this hearing is for.
Okay, very good. Any questions for staff? Okay, very good. I don't think we need any testimony from the public on that, so I think we're good there. So, like I said, fairly simple. I'm just kind of cleaning it up and tying it up, all the loose ends. So, very good. So with that, is there any discussion from council or any motions regarding this item? No.
Where's what the, did you click on this? Give me the motion if I click on that.
Motion just be to approve.
Yeah.
If that's what you're wanting. So yeah, if you're wanting to approve, it would just be a motion, whether a motion to approve the development agreement or motion for denial of the development agreement. Oh, thank you so much, Councilor McGee. So yes, first of all, a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. And a second?
Second.
So we got a motion from Councilor McGee, a second from Councilor Static to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So that motion passes. So now we'd have a motion either for approval or denial of the request for the development agreement. Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilor McGee and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of the development agreement as written and presented by staff. And the voting is open. It didn't get yours, Councilor. There we go. Okay. All votes are cast. The voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously, so that is approved. So that moves us on to action item public hearing number 6. This is a request for annexation and comprehensive plan map amendment for the North Caldwell annexation. As you can see, this is very long with lots of parcels in that regard. So it'll be shown on the map. So again, this is for property in the general vicinity of north of the Boise River, west of I-84. And just for your reference as well, when it does come time for a motion, you do not have to read this entire thing. Your motion can simply be for approval or denial of the request, and you do not need to read all of that. Okay, with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. We're going to put the PowerPoint up, and then I'll get started. Thank you. All right, good evening, Mayor, council members. Before you this evening is the Northeast Caldwell multi-parcel annexation. So the properties are located north of Centennial Way from Chicago Street to Highway 2026. As shown on the image, the parcels in question are highlighted in red. So the request includes 33 parcels with authorization from all property owners. 32 of the parcels request a C3 service commercial zoning designation. 14 of those parcels request a comprehensive plan map amendment from industrial to commercial and service. 2 of those parcels request a comp plan amendment from rural estates to commercial and service. And then 1 parcel with a request of an RS1 residential estate zoning designation. And this just shows that 2 of the parcels are not part of the annexation. 1 is owned by State of Idaho Department of Highways, and the other is owned by Farmers Co-op Ditch Company. For the existing conditions, as shown on the image, industrial, commercial, and residential zones and uses are located within city limits, and the areas with no colors are within Canyon County. Sewer and water are located in the northern portion of the site, and it's the northwest corner. Now, the area is served by Caldwell School District, Canyon County Sheriff, and Caldwell Fire Department, as well as Middleton Fire District. For the 2040 comprehensive plan, the future land use designations of the site include industrial, commercial, and service, environmentally sensitive, and residential estates. The proposal aligns with one goal and 3 policies in the plan. We received comment from City of Caldwell Engineering with no comment, and then we received comment with general guidance from Compass on economic vitality, convenience, quality of life, and the fiscal impact. For the staff analysis, we found that the proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan. The zoning is compatible with the existing character of the area. Public services can be made available to serve the sites when the property develops. And staff recommends approval of the annexation and proposed zoning designations along with a comprehensive plan map amendment. The City Council may approve the annexation and comprehensive plan map amendment. They may deny the request, or they may continue the public hearing to a future public hearing date and request additional information from staff. And I'll stand for questions.
Very good. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Any questions from council? Yes, Councilor Ogden.
Yeah, you guys have probably, I'm sure, already worked it out. I just want to clarify. I'm very concerned about all the commercial and one residential piece in the middle. Has that all been discussed with them and realized what's going on out there?
Through the mayor, council member, we have discussed it with the property owners, and the portion in question is in that southern portion, so it's separated from the more intensive uses that extend up to the north.
Okay.
And the property owner did authorize the request with the zoning designation, and was aware of the other proposals in the area.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Councilor Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope I didn't read this map wrong, but does this include as well the property the other side of the interstate where that campground is, or which campground was included, or am I completely lost?
Mayor, council member, so it's all of the ones in red. You might be, I'm not sure which campground you're.
The other side of the interstate, there's a.
Used to be an old KOA campground over there.
It's right alongside the interstate.
Okay, Mayor, council member, that's not part of the annexation.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Any other questions for staff? Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So we do have, let's see, so we have Mr. Mike Dittenber signed up in favor of this request. If you'll please come forward, state your name and address, and then you'll have 5 minutes for your testimony.
All right, my name is Mike Dittenber, and I'm the Director of the Housing Authority. My address is 22730 Farmway Road in Caldwell, and I'm pretty confident I'm not going to be less than 5 minutes, but we'll try to give it a shot. So I've been the Director of the Housing Authority for 17 years, and many of the people in this office, in this building here, haven't been here that long, but I've driven that area every day for 17 years. And I remember a conversation that we had back in 2010, Brent, where Brent stood on the front porch of my office and said, someday this is going to be in the city out here. And we kind of kibitzed about that, and we chatted about that, and that was 13 years ago. And then there was a council member that sat right where Mr. Doty sat and said, why should we take a water line or a sewer line all the way out there? What if we hit a wall of granite? Remember that? What if we hit a wall of granite? And we're going, well, we're not going to hit a wall of granite. It's all riverbed. So the city and the Housing Authority got together, and the city did a great job under the direction of Brent Orton in throwing a sewer line way out to Farmway Village. And I think the Housing Authority's total cost in that project was about $1.7 million. I think the city's cost was probably close to the same, but maybe closer to $3 million. But that was the first effort almost 10, 11 years ago to make that part of Canyon County across the river part of the city. And there was a lot of people that had vision and foresight. And if you remember, after the third jail bond failed, the engineering fees to bring services, north of the river was estimated about $10 million. But I think between what the city's working on now with the extension of the water line and the sewer line back then, even 15 years later, we beat that expectation. So I'm glad to see that the city is moving in that direction, in large part because of the development potential, also because there is a large population of people who live in that area, specifically those that reside at the Housing Authority, that contribute immensely to the economy of our community. And they also support our farms. And the annexation moving that direction, I think, is good for the city. It's good for those properties, and even in places like the Housing Authority that's been there for 83 years and have just been forgotten. We were there, and we're just there. And guess what? Now we're there. And I say that with emphasis because I'm excited to see the city moving in that direction.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Dittenber. Any questions for Mr. Dittenber? Okay, maybe just a quick one for you, Brent. And I'm pretty sure on this, but just to verify. So, and I'm glad that you brought that up, that there are city services already out to these properties. So city sewer, if I'm not mistaken, is out to a good portion of these properties. And just because they could not be annexed at that time, so this would bring in properties that are using city services into the city. Is that correct on that assumption?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I do need to explain those. So city sewer is at the Housing Authority now, so clear up 2026. And I appreciate Mike's kind praise, but it gives me too much praise. He actually worked his head off to make that happen too. It was awesome. He did a great job. There is not currently sewer along Chicago, but that's where it's intended to be extended. And water is at the corner of Chicago. Well, it's where Chicago bends, right? So Chicago comes in from Centennial and branches both directions. So
sewer does not go to that RV park, RV resort?
Sewer does go to the Canyon Springs RV resort. Yes.
So it does go to those properties?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mayor. I thought you were talking about right along Chicago with the river.
No, just those properties over there.
Yes, you're correct. You're correct. Sorry.
Nope, that's all right. Very good. That's why I asked, so we could clarify. So, very good. Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Dittenber. So we do have one person signed up in neutral, Mr. Shippey, I believe, William? Shipley, I apologize. I missed the L there. So if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
William Shipley, 21452 Shady River Lane. I signed up on one little piece down there, and one of my concerns is, what are you guys gonna do with Centennial and Chicago Street? That is a death zone. Anybody goes out there, you're taking your life in your own hands.
So are you thinking it needs to be like
Well, when you
widened,
get
or
all
is
this traffic running through there, what's gonna happen with that?
Very good. So yeah, we can definitely answer that. Do you have any other comments, or do you want is that mostly?
Another thing, I guess sewer's not gonna be running through there for maybe 3, 4, 5 years. I don't know what the schedule is there. They couldn't give me that answer when I signed up there.
We should be able to get that answer too for you. So we'll turn it back over to Mr. Orton, our Public Works Director. Should be able to answer both of those questions for you.
I hope so.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you. So as far as Centennial goes, there is a plan for that intersection. We proposed a traffic signal, Tidal Transportation Department, for that intersection a few years ago. There's some issues with the sight distance over the hill there. So what's proposed instead is a median U-turn, it's called. And it's basically the idea of it's like taking a roundabout and stretching it out. So when you get to that intersection, you would turn right and then be able to U-turn at a roundabout that will happen at Centennial and Simplot. And then that's your way to turn left. And then obviously turning right, you can do directly into Chicago, and it will help eliminate, those have a really low delay per vehicle, and way safer. So, that's the plan for that intersection. We're working on that actively.
So you'd have a stop sign coming off the freeway side?
No, you don't have a stop sign. What you do is you come up.
Stoplight?
Can you pull that up on a map?
That's a good idea.
That's murder too. I mean, you take from 7 o'clock in the morning until about 8:30, and you can't even get out there. You're taking your life in your own hands.
Yeah, Centennial is challenging. So what, to your point, so let's see here, get to Chicago.
Now you gotta go way up there. It's right there by the railroad tracks. Back the other
Oh,
way,
I went
you're
the
on the
other way.
wrong side.
Here we are, right here, huh? So this is,
Right there you go.
landmarks for the audience. This is the water department yard here,
Right,
Wittenberger Park here,
right.
and then Rotary Pond Park back here, and
Right.
Chicago Road.
But we're interested in the roadway.
Yeah, so, wait, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, the idea here is.
Just putting you back on track, Brent, that's all.
There you go.
Perfect.
You should
My
be
wife's
here
gonna
every
invite you
meeting.
over. So this, what would happen here is there'd be a median placed, so no one would be crossing anymore, no left turns in or out. So then you think, okay, well, how are we supposed to get to the interstate, right?
Well,
And so,
I ain't worried about that, but,
so for those who are, you would turn right here.
yeah.
There's a roundabout planned for this intersection down here at Centennial and Simplot. So someone would be able to circulate the roundabout and then circulate back up the hill. And then the other direction, same thing's gonna happen the other way. And we feel you there because our water department workers are taking dump trucks through there all the time. They don't
Right.
accelerate
Well,
fast,
Yeah,
you know,
you
it's
guys are out
scary.
there too. Yeah.
So for those folks, they would turn right here, and then in this area, we would put in a thing that's called a loon, that accommodates U-turns for even large vehicles, and so they'd be able to get into a left turn lane and turn around there. And this is similar if you've been on Highway 1 in Oregon, like through, there's particularly Depot Bay, south of Depot Bay. There's this kind of treatment's present there. It's widely used in Michigan. In fact, some people call it the Michigan U-turn. Anyway, it works very well, and it's,
But when is this gonna happen?
um,
That's the sticker right there.
we're trying to make that happen in 2023.
Okay.
But
sounds
we have work to do with ITD to be able to get it all approved. ITD is in favor of that. They turned down the idea of a signal here, so they're
So something really needs to be done.
mhm. And then on the sewer, can't give you an exact date on the sewer, but this helps. The annexation and moving things along help with making that happen, because it will activate some of the development potential up north of, well, included in the annexation area. And that development will help trigger that sewer construction. So I would anticipate that we'll have sewer up there within the next 2 to 3 years.
So they will be running sewer through there.
Yeah, and we've got water, sewer and water will both be run up through Chicago, through
Okay.
that street there.
That was my biggest concern. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, we have one person signed up in opposition, Scott Smith. So if you want to please state your name and address, then you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Scott Smith, 21445 Chicago. Are you guys familiar with the Green Belt at all?
Yes.
My wife and I live right on the Green Belt. There are no speed limit signs. None. Have you ever been there in the spring and summer? There are kids, baby carriages, three-wheelers, or training wheel kids. You would not believe the speed that goes by there with no regard for respect or anything. And I wish you had your map on there.
Where do you want me to go?
Well, Shady River and Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're on Chicago.
Yes, I live in that. I can throw a rock and hit Centennial Park across the river. That's how close I am. And now, when they put in the sewer line, are they gonna expand that road?
The road does need to be expanded, but that's not, so yes,
Okay,
that'll come, but
okay,
it's
'cause
not, we don't
'cause
have
we-
it budgeted yet.
We live in the our fence is a potato harvester link fence.
Okay.
You might be familiar with it if you walk.
Yeah.
Anyway, my point is, if you're gonna expand like you are, you better put up some speed limit signs. And it'd be a good idea because something bad is gonna happen someday, especially in the spring and summer, when people get out and walk. Okay, that's all I've gotta say.
Okay, sorry, it wasn't. So with that, so right now, Brent, who maintains Chicago Street? Is that,
Okay,
oh,
I do. I've talked to them, and I've talked to you guys 3 years ago when Garrett Nancolis was here, It was a county deal. I talked to the county commissioner, and it was a Parma Notice Road deal. I talked to them last summer. They had to trim the trees along the greenbelt. They said they would get to it, and nothing has happened.
So maybe a follow-up to that. So with this annexation, we then would be taking over the majority of this road, correct? So then we can go out there and get those speed limit signs put up, correct?
I think it'd be really smart legally and liability-wise, because
Yeah.
something's gonna happen.
Yeah, for sure. So it sounds like this way there'd be one stop. You wouldn't have to go to all those different highway districts. So then we can make sure Brent gets those up. So, okay.
Yes, sir.
Any
Sir, yes,
questions?
sir.
Sorry, before, okay. Very good. So that's, last person signed up, in regards to this. Does staff have any final comments, either? Okay. Any questions for staff? I guess we could do that at any time, but any questions right now from council for staff? Okay, then it's down for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing.
So moved.
And second? Second. Very good. So motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Allgood, I think, or no, Councilor McGee, to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So, I know a couple of gentlemen are leaving. Thank you so much for coming. We do appreciate it and your testimony, taking the time for that. So with that, this item is before council. Again, if there's any questions, staff is still always available. And again, if you're with your motion, you do not need to read. We might be here for till the morning, like Council Register was afraid if we read that whole thing. But discussion and any motions from council.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilor Williams.
Thank you. I really appreciate, Mr. Dittenberg being here tonight and his comments. I think there's a lot of wisdom in what's happening here, especially with the developments that are happening on 2026 and in light of the, New Urban Renewal District up there. We're going that way anyway. So for us to not have the part in between, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And, to the questions that these people were just making, whether or not we annex this doesn't change his problem with people going up and down that road. That's an existing problem.
Help it.
It should help him. And so I intend to vote in favor of this, after Brad makes a motion for it. But, the only comment.
Just gotta stop so I can make the
The only
motion.
comment I would have, as we continue to annex, is we as a council better be prepared to add more fire and police, because we have more area to cover, more citizens to serve, and we already are getting close to being fully staffed now, and adding more areas isn't helping that problem. And so, while we approve this, at the same time, I think we need to take into consideration what that means we're willing to entertain and probably approve in the coming year. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I agree with you. In fact, that was one of my bigger concerns about the second urban renewal was the lack of public safety, which they at the time said that wasn't an issue, but I believe it will be someday. Anyway, I agree with you, but my question is, this does not affect any of those parks or the dog park or anything like that, like all that is still there and won't be shrouded by commercial buildings, right?
No, that is correct. So the commercial was above on that one you saw, that because the question came up about the residential, so that was below the river. All the commercials above it, and all the parks are below the river.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I kind of lost track on the second map.
Okay, we're getting any other discussion or motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Doty.
I make a motion that we approve the request for case number ANN 22-000023 and CPM 22-000013 North Caldwell annexations.
Very good. Do we have a second? So we have a motion from Councilor Doty and a second from Councilor Williams for approval of the request. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, the voting is open. And all votes are cast, so the voting is closed, and the motion does pass unanimously. So that would move us on to action item number 7. This is the bill and ordinance following the annexation. Request to move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication. I already gave it back to Debbie. We better not have every one of those parcel numbers on it, and it doesn't, thank goodness. So this is bill number 75, ordinance number 3469, an ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho as part of the C3 service commercial and RS1 residential estate zones, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director, which would be you now, Ms. Collins, to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215. Do we have a sponsor of that bill and ordinance?
Do it again. Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilor Doty.
I make a motion, we approve bill number 75, ordinance number 3469. That's the one we're on, right?
Yes, correct.
Case number ANN 22-000023 with a request to move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication.
Do we have a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Doty for sponsorship of bill number 75, ordinance number 3469, and move for its passage with a second from Councilor Stoddick. And the voting is now open. All votes cast, the voting is closed, and that motion passes unanimously. That moves us on to action item number 8, and this is case number AMD 2206, Richmond Heights. Request by TO Engineers on behalf of TBC Land Holdings LLC to modify the development agreement for Richmond Heights subdivision. The modification is for a redesign of the site layout to take the one large 24-plex building and split it into two smaller 12-plex buildings, to relocate a portion of the parking lot just north of the newly designed 12-plex building and increase the setback to 89.5 feet between the new proposed building and the fence line that separates the subject site from the adjacent single-family residential site. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff for presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and
And
Council.
sorry, real quick, so Debbie is handing out to all the council members, looks like a layout drawing of what this proposal is for. So sorry, just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank
All
you, Mayor
yours.
and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. For the record, you just received a late exhibit replacing the concept plan that was provided as Attachment A to the report. And this is Amendment 2206 for a development agreement modification for the approved Richmond Heights development. The proposal details, again, this is just a modification to the development agreement 2214 to replace the concept plan and the landscape plan that was originally provided. The proposed development, the applicant is proposing to split the 24-plex building to the north into two separate 12-plex buildings and increase the buffer to the single-family home to the north to allow about 90 feet separation. The same number of units will be provided, just split into two smaller buildings rather than one, as explained in that photo. The proposed plan has 2.02 acres of open space, where the original approved plan had 1.87 acres. And political subdivisions and public agency providing services were notified of the request and asked to provide comments or concerns. No agencies have submitted comments at this time. Public notice was mailed to the property owners within 300 feet of the boundary of the subject property. And again, no written comments have been provided from the public at this time. Staff analysis, staff finds that the revised conceptual plan and site plan to be in compliance with the city code. The increased distance between the structure and the property line will create a larger buffer to the northern property to address the privacy concern of the adjacent property owner. Staff recommends approval of this modification to the development agreement, and I stand for questions.
Very good, thank you so much. Any questions from council?
Can I see the original one again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good, excellent. If you don't mind, maybe just leave that up, so that'd be great. Any other questions from council? Okay, very good. So we do have 3 people signed up in favor. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe it looks like the applicant has been working with a neighbor on this, so,
I was, that's what I was gonna say. It looks like this takes care of the problem.
jogging our memories back a few months. I know there was concern about that
Yeah,
24-plex, and it looks like they divided it up, put some parking there.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to hear from the applicant and the neighbor on this, so
I'm excited too. Who's the developer on this one?
it's great when people work together. So, love that. So we'll start with Becky Izagiri? Is that close enough? If you come forward and say it correctly for us, and then give us your address, and then 5 minutes is yours.
Yeah.
So Becky Izagiri, 2471 South Titanium Place, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. Okay, so we all kind of remember this. So this is Richmond Heights Development Agreement modification. So our purpose here tonight is to modify the Richmond Heights Development Agreement by incorporating a revised site plan prompted by comments that were made after the city council hearing by the adjacent neighbor. The upcoming slides will detail the problem and how we've solved them. So after the hearing on November 15th, the adjacent neighbor voiced his concerns about the most northern building being too close to the property line. We worked with the city and the neighbor to come up with a design that would work for everyone. Here's the old design. As you can see, the northerly 3-story 24-plex building is right up against the 15-foot setback line and pretty close to the adjacent neighbor's home. So this is a slide that shows a side-by-side comparison of the old versus the new design. So one of the biggest changes we made is we moved the northern 24-plex building 89 feet south and swapped the parking. And then we also split the 24-plex building into two 12-plex buildings. And then we placed the second 12-plex building to the south of the site. We also moved the trash receptacle, mailbox, and added a bus stop pad and shifted some of the drainage around to accommodate the new design. There's another slide of and that late exhibit was just showcasing we forgot to add a second trash receptacle or a third trash receptacle. So it was just showcasing that third trash receptacle is the only difference. All right, and we ask that the development be modified to accommodate this new layout. Any questions?
Very good. Any questions from council? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And Dean and Zane signed up in favor, but just to testify as needed, correct? Okay, very good. So real quick, before we do close public testimony portion of this, and not trying to sway anybody either way, but I have to say, I've been in planning almost 20 years, and I can say I've never seen a developer come back after the approval, so this has already been approved, but to come back with something like this to work with the neighbor where they could have just, I hate to say it, but just could have stuck it to them and said, hey, we're approved. And so kudos on that. Like I said, I've never seen that. So that is awesome. So that's all I have to say on that. So I stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. And a second?
Second.
So a motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor Register to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. So with that, yes.
I also want to say something because I think I was the only person that voted no against this originally, if I remember correctly. And part of that was because of what I thought was going to be intrusive to the neighbor. I mean, I had some other issues, but I just really appreciate you coming back and working with the city and the neighbor, because I know that even in that meeting, he was supportive, and then it was like, then he kind of had a change of heart. And so even though he supported the project, like the mayor was saying, you could have said, well, you supported it at the public meeting, but then had these concerns, and I just really appreciate you working with him. I have something going in across the street from me that was approved years ago, and they're not honoring some of the things that they said that they would do, construction entrances and things like that. So just as a resident, not even so much as city council, I just really appreciate you coming back and working with that, because it is very difficult to have something being put into your established neighborhood and feeling like you're being kind of walked all over. So I really just commend you on that, and I don't know, I can't go back and change my vote now, but that was, you know, anyway, it was nothing personal, but I did feel like we were gonna have some problems with that, so I appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any other comments? Okay, any motions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor
I move
Register.
that we accepted the, new development agreement associated with this case.
Very good. Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
So the motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Stoddard for approval of the request for the modification development agreement, AMD 22-6. And with that, voting is open. All votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes unanimously. So, very good. So thank you so much again. I'm sure that, I know that the neighbor isn't here, but I imagine he's very pleased on that. So thank you for doing that. That's very appreciated. Okay, so that moves us on to number 9. So this is case number ANN 22-17, ZON 22-7, SUB 22-30, PUD 22-8, and CPM 22-9. So we've got a few of them in there. So this is a request by Jane Suggs, Gem State Planning, on behalf of Endurance Holdings LLC to annex approximately 74 acres with a highway corridor zoning designation. And we're designated as highway corridor in the comprehensive plan, and is requesting a rezone of an adjacent 5.5 acres currently located within city limits, from R1 low density residential to HC highway corridor with a comprehensive plan map amendment from medium density residential to highway corridor. And with that, we'll turn it over to staff for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Katie Wright, Associate Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. For the record, you've been provided 2 late exhibits. One is a second letter from Valley View School District, and the other is a letter from Idaho Transportation Department. And then I also would like to comment that Brent Orton has some modifications to the engineering memo that he will be commenting on once we get to the public agency comment portion of the presentation. So before you is Valencia Village. It is located on the southeast corner of Highway 2026 and Middleton Road. It is 2 parcels, as you can see, that equate to about 75.57 acres. The proposal details, the applicant is proposing that parcel R34308000000 be annexed into the city as highway corridor. They are also requesting that parcel R34308010000 be rezoned from R1 to highway corridor. They are also requesting to amend the 2040 Comprehensive Plan future land use map to reflect the future designation of parcel R34308010000 to be future designation as highway corridor. They are also requesting the approval of a special use permit to allow for mixed-use planned unit development, and along with a preliminary plat that will be proposing 26.5 acres of commercial, 13.8 acres of multifamily, and 13.5 acres of single-family homes and townhomes. Before you is the preliminary plat. This will consist of 26 single-family homes, 94 townhomes, 240 unit apartment complex, and over 26 acres of commercial are being proposed along the northern and a piece down on the southern portion of the proposed site, including a clubhouse, pool, half of a basketball court, shade structure, alley-loaded townhomes, pathways, and a playground. The proper easement is proposed along with an 8-foot pathway along Mason Creek that will be providing connectivity to other future developments. Ingress and egress is located off of Middleton Road, as well as right-in, right-out access was granted by ITD off of Highway 2026. There will also be access off of Skyway Street, and then internal circulation will provide connectivity to future neighboring developments as well. The applicant meets requirements for parking based on the preliminary plat, and a traffic impact study was performed by CR Engineering, which was completed July 19th, 2022. At full build-out, Valencia Village is estimated to generate approximately 15,565 trips per weekday, 612 trips during the AM peak hour, and 1,238 trips during the PM peak hour. Proposed setbacks and landscaping are in compliance with city zoning ordinances. The code requires 10% open space, and they are providing 14.99%, equating to about 11.32 acres of qualifying open space. Here are elevations of the apartments that will be staying below the height requirements for this zone. They are proposing a combination of stucco, fiber cement, metal, and perforated metal with vinyl trim for the building materials of the apartments. And then here are elevations of the front-loaded townhomes. Materials for these residents have not been provided at this time. These are the proposed renderings for the single-family homes, townhomes, the apartments, as well as the clubhouse. The property is currently zoned agricultural through Canyon County, and the southern portion is zoned R1 through the city. The green triangle is the line of sight from this photo, starting from the view from Highway 2026, looking south of the northernmost part of the subject parcel. This is the view looking at the south portion of the subject site from Middleton Road. The photo on the left is a single-family homes and farmland to the northwest of the subject property. The photo in the center is the single-family homes to the southwest in Saddlebrook subdivision. The photo on the right is the single-family homes to the east of Mason Creek, along with G&L Welding. The photo on the left is the gas station on the north side of Highway 2026. The center photo is Noble Drain down to the south portion of the property that will be located into a portion of open space outside of the right-of-way. The photo on the right is the Mason Creek Landing single-family development to the south. The comprehensive future land use designation for the north parcel is highway corridor, as mentioned earlier, yet the southern portion is designated as medium density residential. The project has 27.3 acres of residential, which will result in approximately 13.19 dwelling units per acre, which is more than the minimum residential of the comprehensive plan unit for 6 dwelling units per acre. The east portion of the property is within the FEMA floodplain, so the development shall follow the requirements as listed as a condition in the findings. City connection to water and sewer are located on and immediately adjacent to the subject parcel and will be provided service to the development. The applicant does propose fire hydrant locations throughout the development. Pressurized irrigation will be provided to serve the site. There are adequate roads for emergency access, and stormwater will be retained on site per city code. Local subdivisions and public agencies providing services were notified of the request and asked to provide comments or concerns. The following agencies submitted comments: City of Caldwell Engineering Department, Caldwell Fire Department, Economic Development, Compass, Valley View School District, Idaho Department of Transportation. The agencies that have responded had no issues with the request, but have provided conditions of approval as shown within the findings. Economic Development is in favor of the project due to the diversity of housing options in the mix of commercial to provide more services and jobs to this area. Valley View School District sent in 2 letters. The first was requesting denial, but after further discussion with Corey Barton, they have submitted a second letter that reflects said discussion that will be touched on further by the applicant. At this time, I will let Brent Orton touch on the modifications to the engineering memo.
Thank you. So there is when a traffic study is performed, it has to follow a national standard that's set forth, or a standard that's accepted nationally that's set forth by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. And that was done here. One of the things that can be considered in that is two things that in the transportation world are referred to as pass-by and capture. Pass-by traffic is when someone's on a trip that they were already going to take on their way home from work or something, and oh, there's a gas station. I'll pop into the gas station and then continue in the same direction of travel on my way. That's a beneficial thing because it means that they're not utilizing another road for a special trip to the gas station. So it helps save some utilization of the transportation system. Capture is when, because of the nature of things that are included in development, traffic that would have gone out of the development and had to travel on the road network stays in the development because they can go obtain gas station service or go to the dentist or whatever it might be in that highway corridor commercial area. So because of the mixed use nature, the Institute of Transportation Engineers has done, frankly, thousands of empirical studies just measuring how much traffic is generated, what kind of pass-by happens, what kind of capture happens with various types of development. And so the applicant has requested that that be considered here, and they've performed the analysis necessary to prove that. And so that would lead to a slight adjustment to the traffic that would be expected to be generated for the surface streets. And that would be expected to be utilizing traffic signals in intersections nearby. So the engineering department has supplied a revised staff report that reduces that appropriately based on pass-by and capture phenomenon there. I also needed to mention the applicant is interested, and we have a corridor plan for Middleton Road that limits the access on Middleton Road just because it's a very important principal arterial, and this is the corridor plan that has been adopted by council in the past. They are interested in the full access at the quarter mile, which is halfway between 2026 and the south part of the development, as part of their access strategy. Engineering is okay with that if they have the option to obtain that if they are willing to put in a roundabout there. The corridor has been identified in that study that's been accepted as a roundabout corridor, and having a roundabout at that intersection should allow full access without interfering with the other transportation. So the engineering department wanted those comments included. So happy to stand for any questions on those items.
Councilor Stoddard.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Orton, on Middleton from the Napa Boulevard to the left turnoff lane there, north of the freeway, follow me, across the railroad tracks, and Idaho Power's on the right-hand side there. That's usually backed up in the morning and in the evening up to that stoplight. So I don't know if what you're talking about is going to relieve that. But then the other problem is from U-Stick is still closed, right, at the intersection of Middleton and, okay.
Yes.
Is there going to be a roundabout there also or not?
Yes.
Okay.
In
And
fact,
when is that? What's the timetable on that?
this year, actually. So
Okay.
later this year that will begin. That's a federally funded project that I was assigned to work on a roundabout project there in 2006.
You were just a baby then, Brent.
I was a baby. And once that was a partnership project between Caldwell and several highway districts, and it didn't come to fruition. The cost was too much for the team, and it fell apart. We later applied for a federal funded project, and it takes many years to get those through. So that's going to build this year finally.
Okay, so do you think the roundabout and opening U-Stick will solve the problem between the stoplight on the north side of the interstate down to the boulevard? What do you think?
I think not entirely, actually. That road is destined to be, it's a principal arterial. It should be 5 lanes. With kind respect to everyone involved, I'm very disappointed that the interstate bridge was built back as a 2-lane bridge. You know, this group of leaders here saw to it that U-Stick was built as a 5-lane bridge, and that's hugely important. So giving my strong opinion that should have been a 5-lane structure. Middleton it's a river crossing. It's a very important road. So it will be the intersection. There are two phenomena that are causing us a problem there. Probably the first and most important is intersection congestion. So a roundabout will help with that, with passing traffic more efficiently and reducing the delay per vehicle. But we really need the extra lanes that would come with principal arterial. So That's something that we would look to see happening as development occurs. Our development partners or those who develop will be building those extra lanes. So those will be the elements that'll bring relief to that congestion.
Okay, and then the traffic coming off of 2026 going, it'll be going south on Middleton to Ustick. That's been backed up for like 3/4 of a mile too, at certain times of day, just like the other side going across the interstate, going to the boulevard. So, I mean, you think the problem is probably still gonna be there?
Well, I don't think the problem's going to go away entirely, but let me tell you what I think. I think that roundabout at Ustick and Middleton, that'll give a huge amount of relief.
Okay.
I guess I would just harken back to thinking of when Indiana and Ustick was changed from a four-way stop to a roundabout. We had 100 vehicle queues there, and when the roundabout was opened, the queuing virtually went away. Now there's queuing there again because we've gotten enough traffic volume that, and your project that will go this year to add lanes to that intersection will hopefully get us back to that sweet spot again. But yeah, it will help a lot.
That's why in the future, I hope that you bright young people figure out a way to, figure out how traffic patterns really work compared to what the state always tells us they work, and they really don't. 'Cause traffic is still backed up, and I've mentioned this before, Mr. Mayor, I haven't released a traffic study yet since I've been here, so, hopefully we can come up with a better system. Thank you.
Autonomous vehicles.
Or drones just carrying us around and dropping us off. So we're getting any other questions? Or, sorry, did you have more in your presentation? Okay.
Thank you, Brent. Property owners within the 300-foot boundary of the subject property were notified and asked to provide comment. Written comment was submitted on January 19th, 2023 by John Bottles with Mark Bottles Real Estate Services. This letter is in support of the development and states that their real estate firm has been working with many businesses that want to locate at this site, including large grocery stores and other large retailers. Written comment was submitted on January 30th, 2023 by Charles Woodruff, a resident in the development to the south. This letter is in opposition of the development and states some of their concerns are the increased population resulting in an increase in traffic, lower property values, the rapid rate of development of existing farmlands, etc. Staff finds the land is contiguous with the city limits. Staff finds that highway corridor proposed zone is compatible with the surrounding zones. Staff finds the highway corridor proposed zone is consistent with the Caldwell 2040 Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map. Staff finds the proposed land use mixed-use planned unit development is an allowed use with the approval of a special use permit. Staff finds the proposed design will meet all the required setbacks, parking, landscaping, and building height requirements. Staff finds the proposed is in harmony and consistent with 7 goals and 21 policies of the Caldwell 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and staff finds that there were no objections from public agencies. Staff recommends approval subject to the conditions as specified in the findings. The next few slides will show the criteria for your reference. And then the next few slides will show the conditions for your reference. And I stand for questions.
Very good. Any questions from council for staff? Yes, Councilor Allgood.
Yeah, could you I just want to see where the single-family homes are, how many of those we'll have?
So Mayor and Council Member, there will be about 26 single-family homes, and they will be along that southern portion and that east portion over towards the, kind of those ones lining the, the ones lining the Mason Creek right there, and then also the ones lining the south, as to my understanding. And then the ones around the middle will be the townhomes, some being front-loaded, some being back-loaded, and then up to the northern portion towards the center, that's where those 240 units for the apartments will go. And then majority of the north will be the commercial, as well as a pad down to the south, in the southwest corner.
And what is the lot size of the single-family homes?
So the average, I may have to, deflect that question to the applicant, but I believe I wouldn't be overly confident in giving that answer at this moment, but the
Thank you.
applicant should be able to, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. So we do have a number of people signed up, and I imagine that you will touch on this, but just, I know that letter from Valley View was addressed in regards to the comments that they had made, and it had to do with a 12.4 acre land donation that's being offered, if I'm not mistaken. So I would like to know what is the value of that? Because I know people always offer money and this or that, but it'd be interesting to know what would 12.4 acres be worth. So those that are coming forward in support, if you could have those numbers, if you don't already, I'd be interested in that at least for that. So we have 4 people signed up in support, 2 wishing to testify. So Mr. Matt Huffield, did I say that correctly? Oh, do you want to go first, Mr. Bailey? Okay. You're not even on here.
Huh?
He's the engineer.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm David Bailey, and I'm with Bailey Engineering, and I'm here in place of Jane Suggs.
Okay.
Who was representing the applicant. I'm replacing her as the planner for this project, and I've been the engineer on it. So if it's my turn, well, I'll go.
Go right ahead. So I'm gonna write your name down here.
Where do you
Mr.
live?
Bailey. So, yes, address,
Mr.
please.
Mayor, Council, my name is David Bailey, with Bailey Engineering, representing Trilogy Development. My office address is 1119 East State Street in Eagle. All right, great. As I said, I am replacing Jane Suggs on this. Bailey Engineering has been the engineer on the project as well, and so I've been with the project since the beginning on this, and our company has done the engineering work of it as well. So we're here tonight to present Valencia Village, and I sure appreciate Katie's work on this. It's been great. She really did it, covered everything thoroughly. So hopefully I won't go over too many of those things again when we're done. I have a short presentation to do, and hopefully I'll move through pretty quickly. We also have our architect, Cole Architects, who will do just one short portion of that presentation. So I'll get started on that. So again, for Valencia Village, which way do I got to point? Point that way? Oh, great. Okay, so the project team on this property has been from the beginning Trilogy Development, Gem State Planning, which was Jane Suggs who did the original work on the thing, Bailey Engineering, Cole Architects done a bunch of architectural work on it. Idaho Survey Group is a surveyor, CR Engineering did the engineering traffic study, All West is the soils, Jensen Belts, our landscape architect, and Mock Bottles Real Estate Services provided us a lot of guidance on the commercial development portion of it with the talks they've had with various commercial entities. So we began work on the project in February 2021, so we're 2 years into the process here to make sure we got to the right place at the right time. Caldwell, the planning department, we've worked with them, with the economic development director, Steve Jenkins, Public Works Department, Idaho Transportation Department, with the Valley View School District throughout this. We had our first pre-application meeting in July of 2021, and then application submittal in August of last year, and here we are before you on the 7th of February. So I have a first map here, and I apologize if this is kind of complicated, but I think it's really important to get the context for where we are in the world in Northeast Caldwell here. So at the left side of this, you'll see Interstate 84 there, and a whole bunch of residential, commercial, industrial development immediately east of that. A significant amount of residential development to the south and north of that in this area. And then we're out here on the southeast corner of Middleton Road. Across the street from us to the north is Jackson's food store there in that area. And then if you look at the far right of this drawing, you'll see a part that's just outside the city limits to the east. And you'll see 3 striped little pieces of ground there on the east end. So if you can just keep in mind the location of that, and I'll get to that later in the presentation, why that's important to what we do here. And so the development is shown in context as far as the sizes of the lots and the development, within the map here. So the zoning here is, we're already zoned HC zone to the north. This is really an enclave in the city limits at this point, an area that's been, zoned all around this property, through this area. As Katie pointed out, this is designated as the HC zone. So your comprehensive plan has kind of a short section on the HC zone, but I do want to just repeat that again. And so the purpose of this designation, identify key areas along a highway corridor which are highly visible, transitional in nature. Category includes lands that are suitable for a blend of highway-oriented commercial uses, business parks, limited light industrial, educational office, and high-density residential uses. Development in this area should occur in a manner that does not disrupt the function of the highway system, and the residential density range shall be at least 6, but not to exceed 40 units per acre on the property. So we feel that what we're proposing here is exactly in concordance with your comprehensive plan, and that this is the right place for this type of development here. This area here doesn't have any big box stores, a large grocery store. We're on the northeast side of the highway here. The location of this is fantastic. We're on Highway 2026, which there's plans in place now that are being finished up to improve all the way out to, I think it's to Knott Lane, now, that'll go across the north end of this project. This project will build the roundabout at the southwest corner of this project. And as Brent stated, if we want to do the left turn at the mid-mile here, we build that roundabout also. Highway 2026 is great. Middleton Road is akin to Eagle Road or Linder Road in Ada County. I mean, it's your north-south corridor. This project will provide all the right-of-way on that intersection. It'll provide the widening on the east side of the road. Some of it's been done on the west. So this is a great place to do this, and all the improvements that are necessary to support this will be there, and the area is there to support the traffic. Brent talked a little bit about the bypass traffic, but when we talk about, I saw big eyes, and I got big eyes too, when it says 15,000 vehicle trips per day, that come out of this. And really, we're talking about 5,000 or less of those are from the residential portion of this project, right? Most of those are the commercial, and whether they're attracting the local here or bypass traffic, which, as you pointed out, there's significant traffic on Chinden. The improvements to the east of here, on 2026 have been significant, and they're getting there. You're going to connect. You guys had the first 6-lane chunk of Highway 2026 right at right at the interchange long before anybody else did. The other piece, traffic-wise, on this, I'm going to go back to the surrounding areas maps real quick, is that one of the ideals of planning of the along Highway 2026 that the city of Caldwell's been trying to do, and every place has been trying to do in conjunction with ITD, is provide a backage road. So when you want to have commercial adjacent to a Highway 2026, you need a road that's a quarter mile away that can give access to those businesses without the traffic coming out on there. To the west of here, we're a full half mile away with the Skyway. And Skyway's a great east-west collector. There's a little chunk of Enterprise to the west of this, but you really haven't achieved that. And this is the right place to do that. So if you see in the middle of this project, there's an east-west collector here. That will actually continue through another project to the east, across Mason Creek. This project will build half that bridge. And then over to the half mile where Santa Ana goes north and south. Santa Ana is a big street to the south, hasn't been connected to Chinden here, but that will be a signalized intersection on Chinden at some point. So the ability for traffic circulation in this whole area is significantly enhanced by this backage road collector that runs to the east and west. That really supports the HC zone, the density we have there, and the uses that we have. So I probably went too long at that, so I'll move forward a little bit. Annexation, so I won't go through the application details on that, about the use we have. Katie covered that piece, covered the details here. I did want to throw out there, there's some specific parking requirements for PUDs that are different, that can be different than your standard, development stuff. So we want to make sure we met all the parking requirements. We do have additional parking for guest parking for the lots that are reduced in size, versus a different width, and have significant parking for the apartments, that's required by the code there. Amenities in the project, and there are some required for the PUD, but we've just gone above and beyond. So we're 15% qualified open space. If you notice on the east side, there's a large green belt or green area there. There's a green belt that runs along there. It's actually a 10-foot wide pathway that runs along the entire east side of the project, and that is completely out of the floodway zone. So that'll be constructed there. There's a floodplain across the property. We've met with your city, with Ashley. Is that right? With the city planning, and talked about we'll achieve the floodplain of compliance through use of a Lomar when we get to that point. So we won't be disturbing that floodway at all. We've got a big task in crossing that floodway with that bridge to the east and west, but the developer's committed to making sure that happens to make that connectivity that I spoke of. We have 1.2 miles of walkable paths that are off of the grid. So that's the east-west. Just south of Toombs, there's another pathway that goes totally east and west on here. That's an 8-foot pathway. There's also a pathway that runs, there's a canal currently through the site, which will be tiled through there. And that runs up through, a pathway runs along all that tiled path all the way to the north and to the west, up to the Toombs Street as well. So 1.2 miles of walkable path, 1.2 miles of pathways and sidewalks within the apartment area. All of the pathway crossings of the internal streets will have decorative type crossings on them, whether they be stamped and colored concrete or something that really makes those appealing pedestrian pathways. 3.5 miles of sidewalks adjacent to the streets, total of 5.6 miles of well-planned, well-connected pedestrian routes throughout the site. We do provide a difference in housing types. So we have the apartments, we have the single-family lots, which are narrow lots. They're about 5,000 square feet average on the single-family detached lots. And then the townhouses on there. 2 styles of townhouses, the alley load, which is encouraged to have that style per your PUD ordinance. So we've kept those in there. And then ones that are front-loaded on there. We could go more on the alley load, but we have these great open spaces that are in the backyards connecting those townhouses together. It'd just be great livable spaces that we have there. Uh-oh. Did I do something there? Okay. Okay. If you go back one, I think there should be. Oh,
So
okay.
if you could go ahead and just take a minute and wrap up
Okay.
on that. So that was the timer on it. So if you want to just go through kind of the last slides and kind of cover it, just a
Okay,
quick
great.
minute.
So I can go through those real quick.
Then I'm sure there'll be lots of questions for
Okay.
you.
Yeah, so, community clubhouse, pool, amenities here within the single family, or the townhouse portion of it. There's additional amenities that are not part of the apartments. These are the front elevations of the homes, a little better pictures than we submitted with the application, but they're the same homes. Gives the square footages on those, front-loaded townhomes, and the front-loaded, alley-loaded townhomes, have a different look to them. And then, Cole Architects had some stuff on the multifamily stuff. Can I?
Yeah, no, they'll get another 5 minutes. They'll get 5 minutes for this.
Okay,
Do you
great.
want to come up now or after you're done?
Yeah, their stuff is next, and then I'll
Okay.
conclude.
Okay.
Or should I conclude and then have them?
No,
come
let's
up?
go ahead and have them come up and then we'll give you just a quick. Okay.
Matt Huffield with Cole Architects. Address is 1008 West Main Street, Boise, Idaho. Does this work, or do I need somebody to advance it? I don't think it's working. I'm just going to read through this real quick. We've designed the multifamily portion of the project that will consist of 240 apartment units and a clubhouse for this development in Caldwell. Internal pathways connect the site while providing local green spaces. And then the units here we have, the multifamily development project is proposed 10 24-plex 3-story walk-up apartment buildings and 1 single-story clubhouse. and you can flip through these. They're all pretty consistent, a combination of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units from 760 to 1,200 square feet. A makeup of 25% of the 1 bedroom, 50% 2 bedroom, and 25% of the 3 bedroom. And go ahead and forward to the elevations. As a node to the Treasure Valley and the context in which the site is situated, the architectural interpretation is derived from the concept of embedding itself within the valley. The dramatic changes in roof pitches mimic the changing landscape of the mountain ranges beyond, pulling inward and upward. The rustic earth tones encourage the architecture to blend its materiality into both the natural and built surrounding environment. The materials which we have up there consist of stucco metal and cement board siding with shingles, all very durable materials and intended to be long-lasting in the site. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Huffield at this time? Okay, thank you so much. So we also have Giovanni signed up to testify. Is he wanting to, or do you want him to go after?
I'm still in favor for about.
Okay, very good. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bailey. Go ahead and wrap it up.
Got 3 quick wrap-up slides at the end here, if we can get to those. Oh, so here, quick on the phasing plan, just showing the phasing plan will start with the single-family and townhouses to the south, then to the townhouses to the west, then to the apartments, and then timing on, we'll talk about timing in a minute. So,
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. You're gonna have to do
it's
it,
working.
right? Oh.
Either that or you just did it. So with that, phasing plan and construction timing, you know, we're here in March of 2023. We'd start on that. We're looking through, if possible, winter work this winter and getting into construction into 2024. The time for approvals, takes a long time. So we would look at site construction through early 2025, 2 years from now, and that the phase 1 occupancy wouldn't occur until the summer or fall of 2025. Would be the first time we'd have somebody living in these houses, and that's the typical time frame we're seeing on these projects. Phase 2 construction, 26 to 29, and probably wouldn't be fully built out until 2031, 2030 at best. The commercial construction on this is to be determined, because we need a user for that, but we've been assured that if we can get this thing up and built and ready to take that there's some serious interest in a larger retail grocery type facility there, which would be much needed in this northeast area. Oh, I got it. You're right. Sorry. Caldwell Economic Development Director has sent us a great letter in favor of this and recommended that this is the right place and the right time for this development, and it's consistent with your goals and on both the residential and the commercial side. Idaho Transportation Department in their final letter said that we would, you'll notice at the north end of this, we've already dedicated the right-of-way to ITD for the significant expansions that are going to go on with the highway up there. And we proposed a right-in, right-out from the highway that's aligned with the Jackson store to the northwest. So that they determined that wouldn't interfere with traffic on Highway 2026 with the improvements they have planned, and that they would allow that at some point in the future. Valleyville School District, they had written a letter saying that they thought that they had significant problems and were having some questions of whether the council should approve more development in this area until they got their things together, specifically with the elementary schools. The developer met with, and the owner met with Valleyville 2 times. And the first time we talked to them about a layout that had about 10 acres in it available to them. That site is on Knott Lane, as I pointed out earlier, those 3 strips on the east side. That's the school site there. That's the whole site, the 12.4 acres. After we showed them the layout, they said they needed a little bit more, and the developer agreed that would be 12.4 acres. They're working on a memorandum of agreement on that. I'll kind of throw this out there. Your comprehensive plan and the state law says that the city should take account, especially on special use permits, of negative impacts to negative impacts to any political subdivision, including those school districts. You know, it says that in your code, and it's in the staff report as well. But it also suggests in both your code and the state code, you should handle those by providing conditions of approval that mitigate those impacts on that thing. And we're proposing that this here should be a condition of approval that mitigates the impact on the school district by providing a school site for a future elementary school for the Valley View School District. And he specifically says in here he would recommend, we hope the city would take the most recent developments into consideration when making your decision. Mark Bottles Real Estate, you know, as we said, we worked with them with John Bottles there.
Point of order.
Okay.
We're way over
So
time.
can you
There's
yeah.
several people that need.
I'm done.
Okay,
Your
thank
staff
you.
said it's recommended for approval too, so thank you
Okay.
very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you. Questions from council?
Here, Mayor.
Yes,
I
Council
just
Register.
have a couple of quick questions, just easy answers, but, one of the things that sort of interests me in it is the commercial aspect of it because of where it is. So I'm curious, you keep talking about a big box grocery store or whatever. Do you have anything in place? Do we know which grocery store we're talking about or what kind of commercial usage you're looking at?
So the Realtor has talked specifically to some specific, but no one has made any commitment or any overtures of any sort. And in my experience, they wouldn't until such time as it was a feasible project.
Okay,
Right.
so we
And
don't
so-
know what kind of commercial will be out there at all?
No, but it's sized for, and the conceptual layout we have there is for a large grocery store. You know, around here, that'd be Kroger's, which is Kroger's and Fred Meyer's and Albertsons, or a Walmart. It's certainly sized and appropriate size for either of those uses, and I'm just gonna guess that we've had interest from both.
Okay.
And
I know
then-
one thing we've talked about before is having more gathering places or places for people to go and not banks and primary care or whatever. We have a lot of that already in Caldwell, these sort of business offices. So I'm just throwing it out there that gathering places are my preference. I'm not saying that's part of this. I'm just telling you that the city of Caldwell, from the feedback I get from my constituents, is they want more of that and less of just the same kind of stuff that we already have, so. And then my other question, is about schools, and I know that there is not an agreement. You said they were working on a memorandum at this point, right? And I'm going back and looking at the original Valley View letter where, it states that Corey Barton shared that he was not interested in any land agreements as he has not yet seen a school district honor a land agreement in his 25 years of experience. So what I'm curious about, is why he changed his mind, because in the next paragraph, it goes on about all the reasons why he doesn't, do those, and one of those is if the development sold to another business, the donation's unenforceable, they could file bankruptcy, they're not obligated to honor the donation agreement, and so on. So if we don't have a memorandum, we don't have anything like that, and you're asking us to use that in our decision-making as far as mitigation of the problems that the school's having, when are we looking at a memorandum? Can it be made, or if it's approved, can it be made approved based on the fact that he actually does sign something? Because back in April, he was not going to.
So, I guess I'd say that clearly Mr. Barton has been educated in what needs to be done, and that there is specific law in place about mitigating these effects, especially when you have a special permit and when a special use permit. And so I'm saying clearly I didn't do any educating, but I'm saying clearly he got it from somewhere and met with the Valley View School District in a positive manner.
Right.
Okay? And so my take on the other piece of it is as I stated earlier, is that the state law and your code both say that you should place conditions, including effect on, that mitigate the impact on school districts. So it's my take that you should place a condition on this development in accordance with the special use district, that memorandum agreement be completed in order for this project to move forward.
Can we do that? And now I'm asking lawyer.
Mayor, Council Register, I would not recommend placing as a condition on this special use permit that the developer donated an entirely separate piece of property off-site. If the position of the developer is that the donation will mitigate a school issue in fact, and council wants to wait and see and if that mitigation occurs in fact, then you could continue and wait to see. But I don't think it's appropriate to add as a specific condition of this application that they do that. So if more certainty is desired, then I would say you'd have to delay.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm just concerned based on what he said before, which was pretty clear that he was not going to do that, nor did he appreciate the idea of any donation, and was very clear in what he, at least in the letter from Valley View, the developers are not obligated to honor a donation agreement, which he's right. So we don't have anything until we have a memorandum that, at least about the problems that the schools are having, so.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Register, perhaps a condition that the developer adequately, what the state law and your law says, that the developer adequately mitigate the negative impact to the school district as a condition of approval.
Mayor and Council, I'll take that look as a question.
It is.
In my opinion, if that were the condition, that would be utterly unenforceable. That doesn't mean anything specific enough for us to actually utilize a condition like that to oblige a thing to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe a quick follow-up, and I understand kind of what you're saying, but where the applicant is the one proposing the condition, do you see that any differently than city council saying you're gonna do this even though you don't wanna do it? Where they're the ones offering it, do you see anything different with that, or is it still, you still have the same concern?
So, Mayor, this is a PUD. It is true that contractually obliging yourself to something prohibits you in the future from objecting to what you obligated yourself to. In general, when a development agreement has in it some obligation that's been consented to by a developer to provide infrastructure of some sort or another, there's no opportunity to claim that was a taking. This is, there's no DA attached to this as I see. It's a PUD, which to some extent is an agreement.
There's a development agreement.
Am I just missing it here? Oh, you're bringing the DA for approval at a subsequent date? Okay.
So that we have a draft to the DA already.
So perhaps that's the way, is just that it has to be in the development, if, again, depending on which way council goes, but just that the development agreement would have to specify something like that. Could that be a way to do it, if that's the way the council wanted to go, or?
If that was the desire, it'd be preferable to have it in the DA as opposed to having it simply as a condition of approval.
So I guess going back to my concern though, is that if he wants to do it, then why hasn't it been done? That's where, do you know why it hasn't been done?
Well, because
Before
we
coming
met
here.
with the school district 3 weeks ago and have made this agreement with them and told them what we were doing here 2 weeks ago, that we told them, yes, we'll do the additional 12.4, the total for the 12.4. And we've been asking them to get the MOU together, and they're talking to their attorney, and so it's taken the school district that time. And the developer, has gone through this and asked the school district to write the letter that we have in here saying we're working on this. So, if I could propose something that might be useful for the development agreement, ask on that end of it, and the developer is committed to doing this, such that the development agreement condition could be such that the developer will dedicate the land we presented tonight, or some other mitigation equivalent as determined by the school district.
Other questions? Counselor, yes, Counselor Ogden.
Could you pull up the slide showing the residential area for me, please? That'll work. My big concern is this is very dense. And even on the single-family homes, they're very small lots. Everybody has 2 cars and stuff. Is there any allowance for any parking other than I realize there's a driveway with a garage, but are we gonna have cars parked everywhere on the streets with tiny lots? Is my concern. You know, what are your thoughts on that?
So, Councilman Allgood, your code calls for 1 additional parking for every, reduced width lot, 1 additional parking off-street. And so we do have, I think, I'd have to get the number out here, there's at least 3, off-street parking lots, right, within that
Can
area.
you give me an idea where those are? 'Cause that's
So if
exactly
we
what I'm
look up in the north, right under the word 3 there, down a little bit, so you can see it, right there at the northeast corner of that bend, below the word.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm more interested in phase 1.
Yeah, so this is at the northeast corner of phase 1, right there. You're just down to your right, actually, that's right there. That is a 12-spot parking lot, that's in the project for these residents, but not the apartment parking for these residents. There's also one in the southeast.
Is that one there?
Yeah, there's one in there, and there's one on the west side. So we did meet the addition, yep, so there's one in there as well. So we have those, plus we do have the on-street parking, but we didn't count that towards the city-required additional parking. And then, all of these have, of course, 2-car garages, within each of these. And then there's additional parking that is available, in front of the alley loaded, right? Because those park in the alley. Those buildings are actually located 20 feet off the alley in the back too. So there's parking in front of the garage in the alley without blocking the alley. And then, in front of the townhouses on the west side, there's some additional parking because there's no driveways there, in front of those alley loaded townhouses.
So it's on-street parking in front of those?
No, those have 2-car garages in their alleys.
Okay.
Plus an extra space back there they can park in that doesn't block the alley. Plus there's parking in the front, there's more parking along that street just because there's no driveways there. Right? You don't have to park in front of somebody, they can park cars continuously along that section of the street.
It's just, when everybody's parked on the street it's just an unattractive neighborhood.
It certainly is a concern, and so we've met your code plus some, I think, on providing that additional parking within those the more dense areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Very much.
And Giovanni, you said that just in support, don't need to testify. The good news is there's nobody signed up in opposition or neutral. So I guess we could say that Mr. Bailey took all of their time as well. So, so with that though, we will stand for a motion to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. In a second?
Second.
Motion from Councilor Register and a second from Councilor Doty to close the public testimony portion of this hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. So with that, that moves us into discussion and motions. As always, staff is available. If you do have more questions for our city attorney or for Mr. Orton or for the planning and zoning staff in regards to anything regarding traffic, conditions, things of that nature, all open. Yes, Councilor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I generally am in favor of this, and let me tell you why. The small lots, in one sense, are going to provide more affordable housing. The bigger the lot, the bigger the cost, and there's a lot of affordable housing I see going in here.
Why do you keep looking at me?
Some of the stuff, you were asking about the lot sizes, but I think that there's a sense in which we need to, in addition to, I think our last meeting, I said I wanted bigger lots. There are times when I appreciate smaller lots. I also think this corridor is key to us, and as we look at what's going on 2026, If we begin to do something like this, we're going to see those big box stores coming in, and we don't have retail out there. And this is the end of Caldwell, where they're going to go into Nampa or even over to Ridley's in Middleton before they come back into Caldwell. And I think we need to provide something out there beyond North Ranch, out there on that intersection, and you saw where Caldwell extends to now on that map, which means we're gonna need to add police officers, right, to our city. But this is the area where we need this commercial. And I like the thought of it. This is a first step, and if we do this, the rest will come. And so I'm generally in favor of this. I realize the difficulties. Valley View comes up every time it's in their school district. I understand. There's a lot of different angles we're trying to attack this. Stopping development doesn't help it. Stopping development won't change it. Stopping development won't improve their situation at all. And this is, how many years down the road did we say before this? And we already closed public hearings, so I'm not asking. This is years down the road before it's developed out. We're on the path. To stop this would be to stop that continued development of that corridor that I want to encourage right now.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Register.
I actually, can I see this on a Google map too, just kind of where it is? But I want to address what you're saying. I agree with the commercial part of it. I do like that. I'm not opposed to the project. I disagree with, halting development and not helping the schools, because if we don't bring people in or more kids in, then it's hopefully going to help the schools. But I'm not opposed so much to this, but I would like to see the memorandum in place first. That's all I've been saying. Mostly because of what he had said previously, just not even a year ago, that he wouldn't do it. So because of that statement saying that he was not going to do it, now saying he is going to do it, I'd just like to see something in writing that says he's going to do it, and then that makes it that much more attractive. But I do agree that the commercial part of this and the mixed use is appropriate, and I think what we're looking at as far as the homes are maybe more like carriage homes, which is why the lots are smaller. I don't know, that's kind of what I'm getting from this, but can you just circle around where that's going to go? Right in there? Okay, so he has a lot across too, it looks like.
Are you?
To the west.
So this whole thing here?
Yeah.
And then are you asking about the lot that they were proposing to dedicate to the school?
No, to the west of Middleton Road. It looks like it says Saddleback by CBH down there.
That's a separate subdivision, I think, yeah.
Yeah, so has that already been built?
It's already platted and probably built, yeah.
All right, well, that's just my opinion. I'm not against the project so much, and I do appreciate the commercial part of it, but I would recommend that it be delayed until that memorandum's in place so that we're all on the same page.
Other discussion? Councilor McGee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to weigh in lightly, because I understand what Councilman Register is talking about, but I'm just going to go back to the Valley View letter that was handed to us. And if Mr. Palmer and the Valley View School District didn't feel like that this was going to take place or that this mitigation was going to happen, I don't think that he would have sent us this letter. And the very last sentence of the letter, because we are specifically talking about this now, about Valley View School District, says Valley View School District hopes Caldwell City Council will take the most recent developments into consideration when making a decision. And so, I mean, if this is under the signature of the Valley View School District, I have confidence that they're going to come up with a proper memorandum. It doesn't, not to say, I appreciate that you pointed out the previous letter. Certainly that took place, but this letter is dated February 2nd. And so this, to me, indicates what the current mindset is of the Valley View School District. And so I'm going to support it. I'm confident that an agreement will get put together, will get signed, and that donation will take place.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
One thing too, for the council's benefit, if this offers comfort, if you place a condition in the development agreement, what will happen is that the staff, as they help facilitate the review and approval of plans and get to where final plat is really when they can start selling lots. They can't sell lots before final plat. They're going to check all those conditions in the development agreement and in the staff report and see that all of those are met in their time before that final plat approval is given, so that when this comes back for final plat, that it's that those conditions are done. So if you place a requirement in the development agreement for this memorandum to occur before, you tell us that date, before final plat can be approved, that it doesn't go forward to can't sell lots until that condition's met.
So is that going to work then? Because I thought you said we couldn't do something like that so much.
So, Mayor and Councilman Register, there are a couple components that come to my mind when thinking about putting this in as a condition. One is whether or not it's just appropriate as a condition by itself. And it is true, what I said, it is true that the preferable place for this is the development agreement. Now, the city has had other applications that have come before it where developers have worked with the Valley View School District and entered into private donation agreements. But to my knowledge, the city has never stepped in as a party to any of that and taken on any obligation to enforce any of it. And that course, my advice would be that you stay that particular course. I would not recommend that we put ourselves in a position where we as a third party are attempting through litigation or otherwise to enforce an agreement between the school district and a developer, or withholding permits as a means of obliging a donation agreement between a developer and the school district. So Mr. Orton is correct that it would be, if it were a condition, it could be obligatory before final plat. That is true. And it is also true that the better place for it is in a development agreement than in a PUD as a condition. That's also true. But I think the sort of higher level advice, the zoomed out advice would be that in general, the city should seek to avoid being placed in that position in general, and that the decision tonight would either be to approve or deny based on the level of confidence you have, or to wait until you have an increased level of confidence. And again, the waiting is not necessarily telling the developer, if you do not do this, we will not approve you at the subsequent meeting. It's saying, we want to address mitigation. We want to see that the actual harm that is accruing is being mitigated in fact, and we cannot verify that until the MOU is entered into between the developer and the school district. And so in that situation, you'd be simply waiting to verify that mitigation occurring between parties in a contract to which you're not in any sort of privity has already occurred prior to approval. And I hope that I haven't just muddied the already muddy waters, but does that answer the question more or less, or does it just raise more of them?
No, it does. It does. I guess, and we can't ask how long they're expecting that to take anymore, because
They could let Brett know if they have an idea, then he could let us know. Councilor Williams.
Mr. Mayor, again, I think for expedience, let me get a motion on the floor and see if this moves us along. Based on the findings of facts and conclusions of law, in order of decision, case number, I recommend that we approve case numbers ANN 22-000017, ZON 22-00007, CPM 22-000009, PUD 22-000008, SUB 22-000030, and SUP 22-000021.
Good. Very good. So we have a motion, and that would include the conditions outlined in the staff report, I'm guessing?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have a motion from Councilor Williams for approval of the request with the conditions as outlined in the staff report. And was there a condition in there about the school site? Okay. And we have a second from Councilor McGee on that. So we have, again, a motion for approval with a second. And so is there any discussion, before voting, is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilor Stoddard.
I just want to inform everybody that there are people at the state legislature that are trying to work on this to make sure that whatever they draw up is applicable to a situation like this, and that these new subdivisions have to supply some ground, donate some ground to the districts, but that hasn't happened yet. Hopefully it'll be before the end of the year. Thank you.
And I know we want to get through this quickly, I hear that, but did we get an answer about how long that might take?
And Mayor, may I add before, in your motion, make sure to include the development agreement and resolution, as part of that motion.
That a development agreement also come forward? Okay. Is that amenable for the
Yes.
maker of the motion and for the, okay. So we do have agreements for the maker and the second of the motion to add that in there.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, the Caldwell School District has,
Bellevue School District.
Bellevue here, isn't it? Sorry, thank you. They have engaged, they've taken memorandums of understanding of a similar nature from the city of Boise, and they are retooling, they're, using those as a reference to create those, and they are generating the documents. They have not provided the developer with a time frame for when they'll be done, but they are actively working on it, so that's what's available for a report.
So it sounds like it's in Valley View's court.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, very good.
Just want
Yes.
to confirm
Yes.
something
Mhm.
with the gentleman's motion here, that nothing in this that we're approving or in the development agreement has anything to do with Valley View tonight, other than the letter before us. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So,
I guess I just don't see the harm in waiting, just to be absolutely certain, since there's been some conflict.
okay. Very good. Any other discussion? Okay, I think voting is now open, so you can cast your votes. Mr. Stoddard, I didn't like, I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thought I pressed it.
There we go. Okay, so all votes are in and votes are cast, and the motion does pass with 4 in favor and 2 in opposition. For those listening at home that can't see, so the Councilman Stoddard and Councilor Register voted in opposition, with the other 4 voting in favor. So this item does pass and is approved. And I know that we've trusted the word before. I know there's been others where it wasn't in and just trusted on that. So not that we don't trust you, but just make sure keep working with Valley View, pushing on to get that done, and we'd appreciate to know when it does. So, okay, thank you so much, appreciate it. We actually have. Yeah, we're almost done. Yeah. Okay, so that moves us on to action item number 10. This is for bill and ordinance for this annexation and rezone that we just approved. So this is a motion or for a request to move for its passage by title only and approve the summary for publication. Bill number 63, ordinance number 3457, ordinance determining that certain land lays contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Canyon, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho as part of the HC Highway Corridor Zone. Declaring said lands by proper legal description is described below to be a part of the city of Caldwell, Canyon, county, Idaho. Directing the city engineer, planning zoning director to add said property to the official maps of Caldwell, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy with the Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission. Do we have a sponsor of this bill and ordinance?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I move to sponsor bill number 63, ordinance number 3457, and move for its passage by title only.
Very good. Do we have a second? Summary. And approve the summary. Do we have a second?
Second.
So the motion from Councilor Williams and a second from Councilor McGee for approval, passage of bill number 63, ordinance number 3457. Voting is open. Want to cast your vote? Councilor Allgood, it wants your vote still.
Right.
No, it's all right. Okay, all votes are cast, the voting is closed, and that passes the same as the prior with 4 in favor, 2 against, with Councilor Stoddard and Councilor Register voting against the motion. So that moves us on to finance report. Who is doing that this evening?
Are you doing this?
Well, I can if you show me where it is.
I'll do it. I got it.
Okay, Councilor Williams got it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Williams.
Move that accounts payable in the amount of $3,689,713.97, represented by check numbers 167257 through 167690, and payroll for the amount of $615,834.62, represented by check numbers 38243 through 38351, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Very good. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion from Councilor Williams, motion from Councilor Williams, second from Councilor Register for acceptance of the finance report. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. council reports. Let's start on my left this evening. Councilor McGee.
Not tonight.
Hey, it started off in the right spot, so Councilor Allgood. So, yeah.
Council Register, are you gonna discuss donated time?
I am.
Okay. I
Thank
have
you.
nothing then, sir.
Okay, very good. Councilor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to continue to keep a focus on the airport. I'm really enjoying being on the Airport Commission, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that. But there's a lot going on, and keep an eye on a potential RFP on over 3 acres just across the street from where that Skyhawk school is, and that will produce more revenue for the airport. Brad, discussions about a wash rack and other things, but things are moving along. And one thing I'm encouraging everybody to do, and I want to say it here, is we need to dial down the rhetoric. And I'm advising all parties on all sides of this to be communicating clearly and working together so that we can accomplish more. And we're seeing progress, so continue to look for great things out there at the airport. Oh, one more thing too, by the way, this is important, related to the airport. And Mr. Mayor, I'm sure you know this, I didn't know this, and I want to get my terminology straight. Caldwell is the foreign trade zone in this region.
What does that
The
mean?
FTZ.
Yeah. What that means is, as we build out this airport, as we intend to, this is the place where any foreign trade comes into, duty-free, right?
So it can come in and then it goes out, so it saves them a lot of
And with
money.
the industry around us and the developments that are happening, this is more of a promise that we're doing the right thing and building this airport out. This is more of a reassurance that creating the airport that we are creating right now is the right thing to do in so many ways, and this airport's gonna be not only self-sustaining, but paying for the golf courses.
Even better.
Councilor Doty.
I just have the ordinance, number 3157, it's regards to many things dealing with alcohol. I had a conversation with, Destination Caldwell, and I've also had a conversation with Debbie, which I've had many of those over the years about alcohol. I have a better understanding of the ordinance now, and so I would just want to hand it out so you can go over it, and I'll meet back with Destination Caldwell and then come forward with any changes or proposals to that, so.
Got some homework from Councilor Doty. Very good. Councilor, Stoddard.
Nothing really. I just wanted to thank Mr. Williams for taking a big headache off my hands by taking over the airport commission. Thank you.
Yeah, you said thank you for taking over the airport commission, so.
I have 2 things.
Yes.
Okay, so I did go and do a tour of the airport, and it was really neat to see. I have not really been out there and like actually looked around, and was shocked at how small the landing area is for the skydivers. Have you ever seen that? It's a tiny, I'm never doing that, but it was a great tour and it was a lot of fun. So, hopefully the more, I don't know, like I kind of felt like I understood a lot more once I was out there, like actually kind of visualizing it. But anyway, so like Councilor Allgood said, he and I had talked before, and something we wanted to bring up was about reinstating the time donation policy that the city used to have. That was at some point, I don't know, deleted or removed. And we have a couple of incidences why we should probably be reinstating the time donation. I mean, but I think it's a good idea, no matter what, employee-wide at any time, to be offering that to our employees, as one of the reasons why they should be working here, that we take care of our employees and our families. And so revisiting that policy and maybe fixing any tweaks in it or whatever we need to do, but getting that back to our employees, I think it's going to be really important, so.
Yeah, no, I think so too, and I think it seems like the general consensus, at least from what I've heard, is that there is favor from the council to look at that and to reinstate something like that.
Just based on what we know, time's of the essence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I know that Idaho State Police sounds like has that, and I'm sure others do. So I would invite you to reach out. So we'll plan on having that on the agenda for the 21st. And any ideas or thoughts you have, reach out to, again, be careful not to email everybody. We don't want to create council discussion outside of the public forum. But our HR director, please feel free to reach out to her if you have suggestions or questions or anything like that of what you'd like to see in it, or have her send you what she kind of has as she works through this. You're more than welcome to do that and to reach out to her, and she can provide you with that information. Yes.
I do support what Diana's talking about. I did reach out to the HR director. She seems to have some concerns that this contract was short-term and long-term. I didn't really understand through the conversation why they would absolutely want that to go into effect, because it would only save them money if they're not paying out. So maybe our attorneys will need to get involved and see if that contract limits us on doing that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because we had kind of discussed that too, and we don't have to solve it right now, but whether or not we can force employees into a short-term disability, therefore taking away their, right to have donations. And so we were kind of talking about whether or not there could be a policy that says that as long as the employee is receiving donations or is on the books, that he does not have to take short-term disability, kind of saying we don't have to throw them into it if we don't. Because the concern is, just so everybody knows, is that if an employee goes on short-term disability, I believe they get something like 66% of their paycheck, but they don't take taxes or insurance, the employee's insurance premiums out of there. So they get 66% of their paycheck, then they have to pay their taxes, then they have to pay their insurance premiums. And so we're telling people with these great, big, huge, scary diagnoses that not only are we going to cut their pay by whatever it is, they're also going to have to pay more money out of that little bit that they're getting. So the idea is that if we can reinstate the time donations and that employees can get time donations from other employees, making them whole on the books, then can they be kept out of that short-term disability requirement? If that has to be, that's the question that I think has to be answered to be included in that policy, that as long as they have it, they don't have to, do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, and I believe state police does all three, so it can happen. So I think, we can look into that and reach out to, Ms. Bogey, on that, and again, council.
Probably don't need the answer tonight, but
Yep.
I think that what I'm trying to say is that whatever wall gets thrown up in front of this, I'm gonna try to find a way to knock it down so that we can get it back to these employees.
Very good. Excellent. Thank you so much. And I do not have anything this evening other than wish everybody a happy week coming up, next couple weeks on that. So with that, we do have an executive session that we need to go into. We'll give Brent 60 seconds when we get into this. So I would need to stand for a motion to move into executive session. Yes.
I move that we move into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code Section 74-206, subsection 1C, for the purpose of the acquisition or interest in real property not owned by public agency.
Very good. Do we have a second? Very good. So I have a motion and a motion from Councilor Allgood, second from Councilor Williams to go into executive session, and we do need a voice vote on this.
A 1 minute break.
And we'll take, yes, you're welcome to take a 1 minute break. Let's vote first.
Alden? Yes.
Williams? Yes.
Jody? Yes.
Scotty?
Yes.
Register?
Yes.
Very good. The motion passes. So, we will take a quick break. If you need to hit the rest of the, yes, we will have to ask everybody to step